Guess so. Guy in the front row is a lawyer that I spoke to earlier in the week on a criminal matter. Mhm. Let's go. Get out of here. Then I have to get a drive, I think. I don't have to. Those are guys you can't take them.
I know.
You know,
Oh, you can't.
two of them in a shot. No, I'm a lightweight. You know, I'm a little guy. Last thing I want to guys. They're all big guys.
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, December 18th, 2024, 2 o'clock meeting. Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
I do. I see that we have a few new faces in the audience, so I will try to tell you how we proceed. First, we will call any applications for adjournment and get those out of the way, and then we will get into the calendar. We'll call them in order, and the way we proceed in that regard is the applicant presents their case. If there are people in support or people in opposition, then they will be given the opportunity to be heard. The applicant will then sum up, and we will close the case. Once we close the case, we don't accept any additional evidence. We are not burdened by the formal rules of evidence because this is an administrative body as opposed to a court of law. We accept emails, and we have plenty of those. We accept letters. If any of you would like to testify and you would be inclined to agree with the person who spoke before you, you're free to say, I agree with the person who spoke before, etc., and you can conclude at that point. The proceedings are videotaped. They are archived. We have a court reporter here, so if you come up and speak loudly, clearly, and slowly so that she can take down what you have to say. Did I miss anything? Okay, and I think we will now start calling the calendar, the adjournments first.
Mr. Chairman, we have an application for adjournment on case 75124, East Meadow Plaza Regency LLC, variance in off-street parking, special exception for proposed outdoor dining, two-lane drive-through, parking in front yard setback on East Meadow Avenue and Hempstead Turnpike, insufficient maneuvering aisle, and minimum number of shade trees. Proposed restaurant, bank, and medical office. Variance front yard setback on East Meadow Avenue for proposed Nassau County Police Department shift change shed. It's at location southeast corner of Hempstead Turnpike and East Meadow Avenue. Mr. Benesso, just your name and address for the record.
For the applicant, William Benesso, for Chelly Dean Tirana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, here on behalf of the applicant.
And who's calling for the adjournment? If they would like to please step forward.
Good afternoon, Reverend Nick Montanino, 2548 Locust Avenue, North Belmore, New York. Just a concerned resident of the neighborhood.
And for the adjournment, Ross L. Schiller, 1600 Front Street, East Meadow, New York, 11554.
Adjournment.
We're request for the adjournment.
Why?
Oh, so sorry. We're requesting an adjournment for the review for the East Meadow Chamber of Commerce to review the safety and the building regulations that are there. There are questions of exits and entrances onto Hempstead Turnpike for the buildings that are proposed to be built, as well as only one entrance and exit onto East Meadow Avenue that doesn't currently have a stoplight. So there are tremendous safety concerns for us as the businesses in the area to make sure that those businesses are able to do business safely with pedestrians. There's also, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Let him finish.
There's also a question of ownership in terms of the adjacent lot where they may want to build a fence to block off their property, which would actually cut off one of the bigger entrances and exits onto East Meadow Avenue. So we're just asking for adjournment so that the town and the community has an opportunity to hear the proposal and to review it with ourselves, small businesses, and the fire department in the community.
Understood.
I'm sorry, can you just tell me again how you fit in the picture besides being, are you a business
He
owner near there?
represents-
A resident near there, what?
We're representing the East Meadow
East
Chamber of
Chamber.
Commerce, so we represent the Chambers of Commerce for East Meadow.
Have you seen the materials that have been on file already?
Yes, we have reviewed the materials that are on file, and we're just really asking for an adjournment so that they can present to the community so we can understand better the proposal and how they're going to handle some of these safety issues.
So you've already worked out with Mr. Bonesso some, are you agreeable
No.
to,
Mr. Bonesso, would you like to speak?
Thank you.
You're aware of the board's,
Yes, absolutely. Aware of the
Procedure.
board's longstanding
Policy.
policy that the first time a case is on the
Right.
calendar, if somebody asks for an adjournment, it's granted. We have no objection to that. We only found out yesterday that there was going to be an adjournment request. We have been meeting with the, with SEMCO, the community, I think it stands for the Council of East Meadow Civic Organizations, and we have their support for the application, but we did not meet with the Chamber of Commerce. We're happy to do so. We're also happy to reach out to the fire department and make sure that they're aware of what efforts we're going to make sure that this works. So I have no objection to the adjournment request, and we'll be happy to meet with them while we're waiting for
how
our next
much,
hearing.
how
date.
much time do you need to complete?
That's
whatever
really
it
up
is.
to the gentleman asking for the adjournment. I was talking with Mr. Owens, and I was thinking that if 2 months is required, then we would look at perhaps the last week of February, February 26th.
Is that okay with you, counsel?
Sure, again, we're not opposed, we just wanted to have an opportunity to review.
Patrick?
all right, can we just make sure one thing, like, I don't want to come back then and have a different community group. So we got them all covered with this, right?
Well, the group that they met with, SEMCO, the Community Council, represents several different groups. Obviously, the East Meadow Chamber of Commerce represents the businesses in the area.
Right, but can I just say, if you know of any others, either of you, can we get them to the meeting too, so we don't have this happen again?
I'm sure if we set up a meeting, we can reach out to the entire community. We do have the president of the East Meadow Chamber of Commerce with us today.
Okay. Patrick,
February 26th at 2 p.m.
is that acceptable?
Sure, thank you
Fine.
very much.
Mr.
June
Bonesso?
26, Mr. Bonesso assented.
Thank you.
Anyone
welcome.
anyone here on the case? You're not gonna
Anyone
get a-
else here on the case?
You're not going to get a further notice of the date,
I
so
don't
mark it on
believe
your
that's in
calendars.
there.
Now,
Okay.
you'll let anyone else know about the new date you know of.
We'll send it out February 26th at 2 p.m.
Right. Have a nice holiday.
Happy holidays.
Mr. Chairman, we have one more application for adjournment. Case 67824, Hewlett, Rockaway Portfolio LLC. Renewal of grant to maintain variances front yard average setback on East Rockaway Road. Side yards to construct temporary trailer for religious use. Waive off-street parking
remember
with
this?
insufficient
Remember
maneuvering
this one?
aisle. Special exception to park in Residence A and B districts and to park in front yard setback on Princeton Avenue, also known as 56 East Rockaway Road. Mr. Minerva, just your name and address for the record.
Dominic Minerva, Minerva and D'Agostino, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So after the November 20th hearing, the building department final inspection was requested that same week. They had responded that they needed a final survey before the inspection was performed. That final survey was ordered. It hasn't come in yet. So I'm asking for an adjournment to January or February.
Patrick? Is there anyone else here on this case? Patrick?
They,
me a
you
date.
need to speak about a date? How much time do you need, Mr. Minerva?
Well, if the board wants to keep a tight
So
leash on
January,
this, we're
February.
happy to come back in January, but I don't expect I'm going to have the final certificate till February.
No.
Well,
So
no sense wasting everyone's time.
Right. Let's do it in February.
Any date other than the 19th, please.
Well, we only have 5 and 26.
We'll add a date.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, we're going to have to push this to March 5th
Okay,
at 2 p.m.
Does that work, Mr. Minerva?
3,
Yes.
5,
Anyone here on this case? Again, you won't get an
there's no
additional
one else
notice.
here on the case.
Please note it for your calendar.
March 5th, 2 PM. Welcome.
Okay.
Patrick?
First, we'll be calling case 74524, near Garden City, Activate Roosevelt Field LLC. Special exception to use part of premises for place of public assembly and amusement, proposed electronic gaming facility, also known as 630 Old Country Road.
Pardon?
Chase Torgerson, and my business address is 166 Lee Street in Lexington, Kentucky.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. William Benesso for Chili Dig and Tirana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, on behalf of the applicant Activate Roosevelt Field LLC. As noted, Mr. Torgerson is with Activate. We also have a representative of our contractor here in the event that the board had any questions about the construction of the interior alterations. I'm going to hand up 8 copies of a, I guess you'd call it a promotional sheet that'll give the board a little bit of information about what Activate is. Activate is seeking,
We'll accept that in evidence, Mr.
Thank you.
Benesso.
Activate is a gaming facility, if you will, that is seeking to enter into the tenant space at the Roosevelt Field Mall. Because it is deemed a place of amusement and public assembly, it requires a special exception from this board. It does not require any other relief in the form of parking or anything to that effect, simply the special exception for the use being a place of amusement and assembly. It is going into the southerly end of the mall near Macy's and Nordstrom's. It is approximately 8,000 square feet of space that will be used.
How many, Mr. Benesso?
8,000.
8,000.
8,000 square feet of space.
And it's in the lower level?
It's in the upper level.
Pardon?
It's in the upper level. It's on the main level.
Oh, the
Main
upper
or
level.
the second floor?
Okay.
Second floor near the Nordstrom's there.
Second floor near the Nordstroms.
When you say second floor, you mean the highest
The
level?
highest level.
Correct.
So
What is in that space now?
Currently, it's a men's clothing shop.
8,000 square feet? Oh,
Only
okay.
men's clothing?
Only men's
Yes.
clothing?
I
Yes.
mean, the shop is 8,000 square feet.
The shop is 8,000 square feet, yes.
What is adjacent to that space?
I believe it's a Skechers, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Benesso.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Activate offers high-tech gaming for up to 5 people at a time in terms of teams. There are 11 different rooms offering literally hundreds of variations of games that have a physical aspect to them. It's challenging physically and challenging mentally to those who come in and play these games, and you rack up points and can increase levels. I was before the board probably 4 months ago for a Clawcade application that is more child-oriented. This really is geared more towards teens in the afternoons, and in the evenings it's more towards young adults, anywhere from the 20 to 35 range, who go with their friends and do this. About 70% of the people who frequent this type of use pre-book. They book ahead of time with a set group. They do some walk-ins, but they're usually full groups. They don't come in and match them up together and put them in a room. So at most, the most people you'd ever have present at one time is 70 people, because there are 11 rooms.
And there's only 11 rooms and no more than 5 per room, plus
Correct?
the workers.
Why don't you elaborate?
Yeah, well, the way we calculate it is 5 per room and then 5 waiting.
5 what?
5 waiting outside the room. So a total of
Well, that's 110 then.
Yeah,
11
if-
times 5 is 55
5
times
times 2.
Yes, that is correct. But we don't allow a total of 5 waiting outside the room per room. So it's basically it's a time-based system. So we have a software that allows only so many people per hour based on, I think at this location it'll be 10-minute intervals.
Can you say more like, are they going in there and then online gaming with people across the world?
No.
Or are they going in there and doing like, what are those escape room things? They're very cool.
Similar.
Or what are they doing?
Yeah, so similar to an escape room, but less time involved in each room. So essentially, you pay for an hour, and each room has a different game. It could be shooting basketball hoops against a light-up backboard, or we've got a room that's got a light-up floor, and you have to solve puzzles very quickly with your team, you know, pushing
That's
buttons
neat.
and stomping on things, that kind of thing. It's
Competition.
Do
the
you have a
goals.
space then, like if people wanted to book like my kids are 17 and 15 now, but you know, I remember always looking for a party. Like go in and have a room and then they can go to a room for a party, a cake or something.
In some locations we do, but this location will not provide enough space for that to be
Wow, it seems like
available.
8,000
So-
square feet, you could do more.
It's 80 by 100.
Not and have the 11 different rooms that they want to offer because of the number of various games that they do have associated with it. So there's no party room, there are no
food.
situation where they have food service, nothing like that occurring in the site. It is literally,
Okay.
you come in, you play your games, and you go. And that's what they're proposing for this site. If in the future they take more space, then they'll be back before this board to explain that, and if they add that component, they'll add that component. But at the present time, they're not doing that. As the board is well aware, with the advent of online shopping and Amazon, the malls across the country, and on Long Island especially, have had to come up with alternative ways to bring people in. You have malls across Long Island who are adding office space, more experiential type activities like this, like Clawcade, like other fitness or activity type uses that are being provided as a means of entertainment, and it brings people in and it helps with the retail. Growing up on Long Island as I did, the mall was a bastion of retail with restaurants. Now it has to be more diverse, and these are the types of uses that are being introduced. Some malls across the country even are offering residential development. Nothing like that has happened on Long Island yet. Who knows if it ever will. But at the present time, this type of use is something that is in demand. There's an audience for it, and it's something that the mall can do to help with their retail tenants, and it provides companies like Activate a place to be. And frankly, where better than a major mall to have a place of amusement like this? Everything is self-contained, nothing occurs outside, there's plenty of parking on site, so consequently, this is really the ideal place for a use like this.
How big this is an odd thing, but like I feel like, wait a minute, 11 rooms of 5 people each, you could do a lot more. So I'm just curious, how big are the rooms?
The room sizes vary, but most of them are 16 by 16.
So I was thinking 20 by 20, that's 4,400 square feet, but you got 8,000.
Correct. So we create obviously the lobby takes up a bit of that because you have to have people coming in checking in. We provide lockers for all of the guests so that they can put their phones, coats, anything else that might get tossed out of their pockets while they're running and jumping. There's also bathrooms and a small staff area for offices and things like that. And the way we set it up is that we have we call it a hub space. So essentially you go through the lobby into the hub space, and that hub space allows people to travel between the different rooms. It's basically a very large hallway in a way.
So you might go there and you'll go into one room for 10 minutes and you go into another, you wait
That's
for the
correct.
queue to go in,
That's
I got it.
correct.
I didn't
Yes.
understand that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Poor explanation on my end.
Oh, very cool.
Some people on the board were business consultants in a former life, and they like to make sure that you succeed in any event. Go on, Mr. Benesso.
That's pretty much it. That we don't have much in the way of deliveries. Every so often they will get promotional materials, and cleaning supplies, but those are all handled through the delivery routes associated with the mall. It's not something where they pull up outside and park in the drive lanes and do things like that. How many employees would you expect to have here at any given time?
On a busy day, we'll staff 6 people.
And what are your busiest days?
Busiest days are going to be Fridays, Saturdays.
In the evenings?
And in the evenings, yes. Saturday's a little more busy during the day as well.
What hours will you operate? I know it's based on the mall, but
It
if
is.
you had your druthers.
Yeah, so generally we operate between 10 a.m. and we stop accepting people at 10 p.m., but we open till 11 p.m.
10 p.m., 12 hours.
Excluding
7 days a week,
Uh,
obviously?
Yes, 7
Yeah.
days a week. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's our direct presentation. Nassau County Planning Commission recommended local determination.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move the hearing be closed.
Is there anyone else here on this case?
No, I checked it.
Okay.
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Vanessa, you and your client, and the other individual who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the
notified.
board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you, folks. Have a nice
Second.
holiday.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you very much. Happy
Welcome.
holidays.
Same
Thank
to
you.
you.
So what's interesting about this one is that this is cat. What's interesting is that this one is on the main level. All
Next, we'll be calling case 74624, Baldwin Mitchell Funeral Services Incorporated. Variance in off-street parking, proposed funeral parlor in existing church, variance rear yard, construct ramp attached to building, also known as 2050 Grand Avenue. Gentlemen, please stand. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Please take a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jack Sidorowitz. I'm an architect. My office is at 2174 Hewlett Avenue in Merrick, 11566.
For the record, Wayne Muller, R&M Engineering, office is at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York.
Joe. Joe.
For the record, Stephen W. Stutton, attorney for the applicant, office of 560 Broad Hollow Road, Melville, New York, 11747.
For the record, Jonathan Keneally, business address 2174 Hewlett Avenue, Merrick, New York, 11566.
Proceed.
Yes, so we are here on behalf of Gina Mitchell, president of Mitchell Funeral Services, who is here with us today, to my right, sitting in the front row, and everyone else who has introduced themselves. Our application is for a proposed funeral parlor in an existing church building at 2050 Grand Avenue, Baldwin, New York, 11510. The funeral parlor use is a permitted use as of right in the business zone. The building is owned by Second Baptist Church, many of who congregants are present today. The Second Baptist Church, who owns the property, has, in 2008, purchased another piece of property across the street at 2040 Grand Avenue and built a brand-new church across the street. So they have not been using this building as a church.
They have not been using this building.
Okay, thank you.
The property owners have purchased a property across the street and built a new church. So the Second Baptist Church is looking to lease the building to Mitchell Funeral Services. So we are seeking a parking variance, and we're seeking a variance to construct a ramp in the rear yard.
Is that the only thing that is triggering the rear yard variance? Is the
Yes, correct.
Ramp only.
Also, there is a ride-along maintain application for finished cellar.
What's,
Presently, it's a finished cellar, and the cellar will be used for the funeral services.
When you say finished, what's down there specifically?
Well, it's finished with sheet rock. It has a ceiling.
Does it have a kitchen?
No, it does not have a kitchen.
Have you been in it?
Yes.
Is there a bathroom?
Yes, there are multiple bathrooms, yes.
Okay, so
are
we have,
those the only bathrooms in the building?
Oh, no, there's bathrooms on the first floor.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, this cellar is going to be used for support services for the funeral parlor, okay?
How many funerals can you accommodate simultaneously?
One,
when you say.
Only one?
yes, will be,
So theoretically, you could have a funeral on the first floor and the same funeral in the basement?
no, the basement is going to be used for funeral services like embalming and basically support
Oh,
services.
No, that was actually my next question.
Yeah.
What exactly do you mean by support services? So embalming?
Yes.
I didn't know if you were going to have like sort of counseling there or whatever, but
Yes, there'll be a couple of offices down there, if there's any
The casket displays?
casket displays, yes.
any other support services, like, just use counseling for example, that are not related to the funeral at hand?
No.
Like, they're not going to be community
No.
counseling
No.
that's not in conjunction with?
No, no.
Go on.
Okay, so just to give you, we just talked about it, but to give you a description, the first floor will be used as assembly space for the funeral, okay? And there is a small mezzanine that is also, will be used for assembly also. And then again, the cellar will be used for the support services.
How many people can the building accommodate at one time?
Well, I can go through the calculations that we're looking, that would explain
Be
it.
my
So,
guest.
based on the town of Hempstead zoning code, the total parking required for a funeral parlor is 1 per 100 square feet. Okay? So based on the square footages
1 to 100 square
of the
feet.
first floor and the cellar and the mezzanine, we would require 60 spaces to accommodate the funeral parlor. Presently on site, there are 22 spaces. So we are asking for
38.
a variance for 38 spaces.
Wait, you only told us what the calculation yields on the first floor. Was there a calculation done for the basement or any other?
Yes, there'll be 19 people in the basement.
No, let's do this, if you don't mind. So there's the building department calculation, which doesn't always reflect reality, so we need both. So you gave us the building department calculation for the first floor, right? That's 60 spaces. So what's the building department?
That's the whole, 60 spaces for the whole building.
For the
yes.
entire building?
The entire building.
Okay, so now tell us whatever you want to tell us about the actual need for the basement and the first floor, but tell us individually so we can keep track. If you wouldn't mind, please.
Okay. The occupant load is 97 persons on the first floor, and the occupant load would be 19 persons in the cellar for the funeral support services.
Is that based on what? The allowable
That's based on the the square footages that are there. And also, yes, and also the fire marshal. The fire marshal has in the past indicated that the first floor not exceed 100 persons. Otherwise, we would have to provide additional infrastructure to the building.
So the fire marshal is allowing for 116 and whatever other calculations. The occupancy of the building per the fire marshal is 116. Correct? Am I following?
No.
Yes, well.
97
97 plus.
And 19.
Yeah. The fire marshal's comment is that the public assembly space should not exceed 100. We are at 97. Okay?
And do they?
And in addition, we have the 19 persons for the cellar for the funeral support services.
What does the fire marshal say about that?
We haven't spoken to the fire marshal with reference to the 19 occupants in the basement.
I'm just asking because obviously basement, you become a little more concerned about making sure there's a way for people to get out.
Yes.
all
Yes,
that
we
stuff.
do have existing stairs to the exits, and they're sufficient to provide egress for the occupants that would be there, which is 19 persons based on an office use.
How many means of egress do you have for the basement? One or two?
We have two.
Okay. Okay. Go on.
Oh, okay. Okay. In addition, the funeral parlor will not be used simultaneously during church services by Second Baptist Church. I just want to point out that we have congregants from the Second Baptist Church here who I guess will be speaking a little bit later. So that's
Just by
Yes.
way of clarification. These are, the two buildings are across the street from each other, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
So you have available 38 spaces for the building you propose to use as a funeral parlor?
22 spaces
20
on site.
22, I'm sorry. And how many spaces does the church across the street have?
I don't know what the number is offhand, but the church and the funeral parlor will not
No,
be
but
used
what I'm getting
simultaneously.
at is you just mentioned that there will be a non-simultaneous use.
Correct.
So theoretically, if there's an overflow, they could use the parking spaces at the church across the street. How many of those do you have?
Well, we didn't, we're not projecting that. We're basically, our traffic study, a parking study, is based on using the municipal parking lot, which
How
Mr.
far
Muller
away
will
is the
address.
municipal lot?
Yes,
Okay. All right, I'll wait for Mr. Muller's testimony on that.
yes.
Okay.
I think we granted him a variance. This is where the church.
Okay. Go on.
All right, that's basically my presentation, and if there are no other further questions, I will pass.
The baton to Mr. Muller.
Yes, I'll pass the baton to Mr. Muller, our traffic engineer.
Mr. Muller, you have previously been qualified as a parking and traffic expert before this board on any number of occasions. Since the last time you were qualified by the board as a traffic and parking expert, have any of your qualifications changed?
No, they have not.
We will then qualify you once again as a traffic and parking expert. And for the people here who want to know, that just gives Mr. Muller the opportunity to testify as to his opinion. The weight we give to his opinion is subject to what the board determines. All right? Go ahead, Mr. Muller.
Thank you. A parking analysis that my firm has prepared was previously submitted to the board. In addition, I submitted copies of our analysis to the board this afternoon for the record, and I'd just like to briefly go through the results contained therein. As indicated, it is proposed to occupy the existing structure with the Mitchell Funeral Home. In accordance with the Town of Hempstead Building Zone Ordinance, Section 319, the project requires 60 parking spaces, and that's based on, I just had it, the requirement of 25 parking spaces or 1 parking space for each 100 square feet of gross floor area, whichever is greater. In this instance, the 1 per 100 calculation rules, so therefore 60 parking spaces are required for the subject property. As indicated in my report, we performed detailed parking observations of the level of activity in and around the site on 2 days, Thursday, October 19th, 2023, and on Saturday, October 28th, 2023, between the hours of 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. on both days to encompass the level of activity that would typically occur during the hours of the functions, I guess I'll call them for a better word, or wakes, that would be occurring at the funeral home. We performed those observations both on-street and in the nearby municipal parking areas. There are parking areas to the north, which is Town of Hempstead Municipal Parking Field BA-9, and then to the south, there are numerous parking fields in and around the train station. The results of those observations are contained within the tables that are appended to my report. On a whole, what we found was that the peak parking demand on Thursday occurred at 2 p.m., in which there were 487 vehicles parked out of leaving 134 vacant spaces, and on Saturday at 2 p.m., 140 vehicles parked. There were 480 parking spaces available. As part of our analysis, we consulted the ITE parking generation manual, but we found that publication does not contain any information relating to funeral homes. I guess it's just one of those things. Positive. Yeah, absolutely positive. But what we did, fortunately for us, in order to determine like the level of activity at a funeral home, as part of another application before this board, which was Harmony Early Learning Center, which is located on Wanto Avenue, and to the north of that is the O'Shea Funeral Home. And there was some dialogue between the two parties as to utilization of parking. So we had observed the activity at O'Shea's on a Wednesday and a Saturday. And what we determined, though we were not able to determine the number of, I guess, functions that were occurring at O'Shea's during the time that we were there, but there were 35 vehicles parked at a maximum associated with O'Shea's on the days that we observed them. So therefore, if we would, and granted, O'Shea's is a much busier facility. I believe they're able to handle multiple wakes at one time, whereas the proposed facility was only going to do one wake at a time. So I guess if we were to use that as a guide, what we would anticipate was that due to the fact that the proposed facility is smaller than O'Shea's, in all likelihood, for a normal function or wake, the level of activity associated would be able to be handled on the property. However, as indicated in my report, a couple hundred feet to the north of the project site, on the same side of the road as the proposed funeral home, are municipal parking fields BA-9. During our observations, we found that there were a lot of available spots within municipal parking field BA-9. So in the event that the level of parking activity associated with a different wake, I guess I'll call it, exceeded the number of spaces on the subject property, there's more than available parking provided in the municipal parking lot, which is located just due north of the site.
Yeah.
As indicated in my report, we also observed the level of parking activity south of the site. I'm sorry, we also observed the level of parking activity in the various different municipal parking areas, which are located south of the subject property, closer to the train station.
Train station.
And obviously,
that's
what we
down
found
here.
was that on a weekday, the level of activity at the train station lots, reflected the commuter activity that's associated with those lots. However, on Saturday, the level of activity is pretty minimal. But all in all, it's our opinion that the patrons of the funeral home will not need to go that far south, that they would just go to the north, which is the closer of the municipal parking fields, if the need arose for people to park there. Based on my discussions with the applicant, it is the applicant's intention to modify their website to provide a map which shows the location of the municipal parking fields and the close proximity of those fields to the subject property, so that if people coming to the site wish to park in the municipal parking field and walk to the subject property, it would be relatively easy for them to do so. So therefore, based on the analyses that we performed, it is my professional opinion that by granting the application that's before the board this afternoon, there will be no significant impacts to parking conditions in and around the subject property, and that there is adequate parking within the municipal parking field BA-9, which is located within a few hundred feet north of the subject, to accommodate any overflow parking. Be happy to answer any questions.
I'm looking at the radius map, and I mean, maybe am I missing something? It appears from the radius map that I'm looking at, which is dated January 17, 2024, that the proposed use is across the street from the primary church. And below that, there appears to be vacant land. It's labeled 34.
Yes.
Correct.
Is that not available for parking?
I think I can answer that. That parcel belongs to the new church that was constructed across the street on McKenna and Grand.
Okay.
So Second Baptist Church owns that property, and that's the property they use for their parking.
But simultaneous use.
Yeah,
So
has
why,
nothing to do with this, yes.
has nothing to do with it.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
I misunderstood. I thought that was the church that this was operated in conjunction with.
No, not in conjunction. So the new church is across the street. They have their own parking.
Right.
The Mitchell Funeral Service home is going to be on the subject property, which has parking for 22 spaces.
No, I get that. No, go ahead.
So the church, we got the right church. It's just that the church is leasing this property.
Correct.
Whatever. But in so doing, it's going to conduct its church services and use that parking separately.
Across the street,
That's
yes.
not parking that, when it's not being used by the church,
That-
is available to the applicant.
It would be available.
So, I mean, why are we talking about, I mean, that's closer than any other parking.
I guess during the preparation of our report, I was unaware that was available, and.
How many
I'm
spots
sorry.
are in, how many spots are in that lot?
Based on my discussions with the applicant, it's,
Folks,
the park-
please,
the
it's
parking
not
area
easy to hear it
that's
here.
there is not paved yet, so I don't know how many spots are there.
But it
It's-
looks like a good application, like you got a lot of
It would be a
spots.
lot of
I mean,
spots, yeah, it'd be
Yeah,
40,
Is there a
50.
plan to pave it?
Yes.
and maybe there could be some sort of a lease between the two entities, et cetera, et cetera. I mean,
But either way, I mean, I'm sure the church is new, right, in its new location.
Correct.
And I'm sure the church, when it can raise the funds, this is the way it always works with all the religious institutions, probably intends on paving it for the congregants, I suppose.
for their own,
Is there
their
any
own
reason why we
congregants.
can't just imagine that that would be available when available to the,
You
Well,
can.
Not,
as an
You can.
option? Like, no one's gonna go, like,
I mean, it's right by the church.
Makes
And
sense to
It seems to
me,
be a very sizable piece of property.
but it's not included in the lease agreement with the church for the.
Correct.
Okay, but
So that's one of the
it's
complications.
to the benefit of everyone involved. The church gets the revenue from the lease, and the church would surely want this to go forward. It helps the church.
It would make a lot of sense.
Would.
Yeah.
Would.
All right, we just want to make sure we understood.
I'm just a poor real estate lawyer.
That's the end of my testimony. If anyone has any further questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any other questions from the board? We seem to have some people in opposition. Would you like to speak? Those in opposition? Okay, we're going to take them in order. So where's the sign-in sheet?
If we call your name and you don't wish to speak, since the people in favor have a representative, we're going to wait on you folks because I think your case has been made if you thereafter wish to be heard. Right now, we're going to take the folks who have a different opinion, like either they just want to be heard or they're in opposition. If we call your name and you're in opposition or just
Where's the
interested and you
sign-in
don't wish
sheet?
to speak, you can just say pass. We
Right.
get that
Or in the alternative, if someone speaks before you and you would like to agree with them, you simply have to say, I agree with the person who spoke before me. Okay? So, Jose and Joan Machado. Come up.
Over to the podium, sir. Patrick, did you already swear everyone in, or are we going to do it? And
Okay.
we need to make sure it's on. Would you hit the microphone, sir?
Swear them in.
I do. My name is Jose Machado. This is my wife, Joan Machado.
Okay.
And right now, we're representing our daughter who lives at 1 Beach Street. Her name is Andrea Duar, and her husband is Arthur Duar, and they have 2 children, Christian Duar and Leah Duar. All members are of adult age. Now, my daughter has been living in that area since 1995. The children were born in that area. Okay, so whatever happens in that area affects not only them, but all of the residents that are permanent residents there as well. We are familiar with the area, including the parking, and we're familiar with the traffic. Now, it's my understanding that the train station, in which they made reference to, is for a permit only. So it's my understanding that the area where the train station is for parking for trains is for permit only.
There are no metered spots?
A big one?
No metered spots or anything like that?
Not in that area, there's no metered.
Okay, keep going.
And they also have a Burger King who has constant traffic going in and out.
Okay, keep going. What's most important to us is to tell us how you feel it might affect your family.
Okay, number one, there's limited parking in the area because of the residents that live in that area, on Florence Street and on Beach. So having an establishment that requires, large amounts of people coming and having services provided will also have an increase in traffic. When you say that there are available traffic in the area, most people who come to that area that do not live in that area seek the parking that's in that area of Florence and Beach before they go anywhere else
Sir,
because of convenience.
I apologize. We're trying to find you on our radius map, and I think your address, what is your address?
1 Beach Street.
Okay, and so we're looking at the intersection of Beach and Grand.
Yes.
And our radius map has names on it, so we're looking for your name and the property, but we're failing here. So can you tell me, help us find you on our radius map?
Beach Street and Grand intersect, right? Right that area. It's about less than 500 feet from this proposed establishment.
Okay, so would your house be under Dewar?
Yes, it would be.
Oh, okay, we found you. Keep going, thank you.
So it's about located within 500 feet of that establishment. So it's going to impact that area. Now what's going to happen is the residents that are permanent there will not be able to successfully leave their house and expect to find parking in that area as well.
So your concern is overflow onto the street for the folks, residential folks?
That's correct, because it's already happening. A lot of the people who go into Queens and Manhattan for their work or whatever use those two streets for parking as well.
Hold on.
Just a minute. That
Counselor.
has, with all due respect, that has nothing to do with this proposed use. Just a minute.
I didn't hear what you said.
It's not really a popularity contest.
I didn't hear what you said, sir.
I said, if you have people who are supposed to be parking in the lot and they're parking on the street, that really doesn't have anything to do with this application. Those are people who are just crowding up the streets because they want to take a railroad into Manhattan, and they don't have a permit to go
Exactly.
into the parking lot.
Exactly.
That really can't, I mean, I get it that there is a parking problem, but that's not caused by the use that these people propose. That's caused by, you know, people in general who like to, wherever they come from, they want to park on the street, in your driveway, or God knows where else.
Yes, but what you're looking at here is a proposal of a type of service that will increase that traffic.
Hold on,
let
can
me-
I ask you?
Yeah.
We commonly
Ask.
ask applicants if there's a way for them to sort of, for example, can you commit to us that you would do certain things to encourage and/or ask people who are coming there to direct them to the church lot and to the other municipal lots, and indicate, we have it all the time, indicate there's, you know, you're not to park on the streets here. You're coming here, there's you said already with your website, that municipal lot. And I think really it's prudent to point out the church lot. 'Cause
Church
it's
lot.
the closest, and everyone here is in favor of, you know, it's a beneficial relationship for everyone.
And by the way,
Would you be willing to do that?
Let me ask something else. The hours of operation, the proposed hours of operation, I mean, we all know funerals used to last 2 days,
2 to
3
4, 7 to
days.
9.
Primarily, they're 1 day now, and many of them are in the evening hours as opposed to the hours during the course of the day. What are the proposed hours of operation for this particular facility?
Patrick, Christine,
You need us sworn in?
Gina Mitchell, 96 Old Brook Road, Dix Hills, New York.
You can do that. I'm not inclined to do that.
Yeah, I'm good. Good afternoon,
right there.
everyone.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So as far as the hours are concerned, most funerals take place during the morning hours.
Those are
between-
burials.
I'm sorry?
Burials.
That's the funeral.
That's burials, not visitation.
Not the
You're going to have
Right.
visitation. What hours visitation?
So traditionally.
2 to 4,
Yes,
7 to 9.
2 to 4,
Right,
7
so
to
no,
9.
Traditionally, those hours would take place in a church. So my funeral service provides services that'll take place between the hours of 10 to 12, with a 12 o'clock service followed by a burial. That's about 98% of the funerals that I conduct.
Wait, I'm sorry, explain it again. So we're from the, you know, you go to the funeral home, 2 to 4, 7 to 9 for 2 days, and then, of course, the service is in the church. But did you just say that explain again, because it sounded,
So most funerals, the hours that you're speaking of, most of those hours typically take place in the church. So most evening services are not held in the funeral home, the way we do funerals.
Okay, got you.
And so if you're talking about a 2 to 4,
A
a
week
week, a 4 to 7, those 7 p.m. funerals are always in church. The funeral home hours would be a 10 o'clock or a 9 o'clock viewing, visitation, followed by a 10 o'clock service, which would then be followed by burial, so that by noon, 1 o'clock, we're on our way to the cemetery and the funeral is over.
oh, so you have some services at this facility too?
Yes,
Okay, gotcha. So mostly you're doing morning stuff here?
correct.
Okay.
Well, that conflicts with the...
Okay, so now what we're faced with, actually, not only the influx in traffic, but even as such, they're using the parking area for the church. When that is filled up, where else are they going to go?
Well, Mr. Mueller suggests, as an expert, the two municipal lots, one north, one south.
They're going to start parking in the closest area as possible. They're not concerned with what's going to be available somewhere else. Because that's what's been happening now, even when they conduct their church services. When that lot is filled up, they're coming to Beach Street and they're coming to Florence. They're not going to municipal parking.
Where they have to pay, just doesn't make sense.
And they're certainly not going to the train station, which is
So-
even further away.
I'd like
Sir,
to
can
point
I
ask
out-
it-
Can I ask
Yes.
a question, please? Do you
I'd
have a
like to point
do you have a
something out
driveway?
also.
You have a driveway?
Yes, we do.
How many cars does it fit?
Typically 4.
Okay, so
Or
you have...
in the
so-
driveway.
So you do have a place to park if
Yes, but if
this
I bring
happens.
my car, it
No,
won't fit
no, I
in the
understand.
driveway.
I understand what you're saying, but in an emergency, you have 4 spaces. If everybody's in front of your house, then you have 4 spaces in your driveway that you could use.
There's also a problem that some people don't respect the driveway.
All right, but then you call the police.
Yes, we do.
That's different. No, I was just asking a question if you had a driveway. I don't know what kind of house
Yes,
you have.
but 4 cars are only available to go into that driveway. Mine being the 5th, will have to park out in the street.
Okay, I just wanted to ask that question.
Which,
I
by
wanna
the
get a
way, you're
picture.
entitled to do.
Yes,
But is there parking allowable on both sides of the street or one at a time?
on both sides of the street, but that's a narrow street, mind you.
It's a what?
A narrow street, so if we get someone to park, let's say, double park even, that would restrict the flow going up and down that street. We also have children there as well.
It sounds like
and
you're already having a parking problem.
Yes, we already have the parking problem, and this would just increase it.
Right, maybe it needs to be addressed as to what it is now, because it seems wrong to punish these folks for a problem that is existing, and I don't disagree with you. It's unacceptable if you can't park in your driveway or people block it, or you can't get into your house, or there's a dangerous traffic issue. So I feel, it seems to me like maybe there's something more needs to be done about the existing situation,
And
rather
having
than
that
penalize this
establishment
group.
there is only going to increase it. And the other main thing that I'm really concerned about is the children in the area and how it would impact them psychologically, knowing that there's a resting place that we don't like to discuss every day,
A what?
a funeral parlor close in proximity to where children reside and play.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Folks, please, no offense intended, but if you'd like to have private conversations, if you'd be so kind as to step outside to do that, because we'd like to be able to pay attention to the people speaking at the microphone. All right. Do you have anything else you'd like to add, sir?
Okay, good on you.
I mean,
Now, that just summarizes exactly what I came here to say. And I respectfully thank you for allowing me this time.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We also have a Cornell Dewar, same address. Are they here? Okay.
And if you agree with what was said earlier, you can say,
Say I agree with what
I
they said.
second that motion.
Yeah.
or words to that effect.
Christina.
I'll ask her.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I agree with what they said. I second what they said.
Please speak into the microphone, otherwise we can't hear you.
Yeah, I agree with what they said. I second what they said. But also, my concern also was about the church.
Could you please speak a little closer?
My concern was also about the church, because I have attended the church for quite a long time, ever since the last 15 years or more, I attend the church. And my pastor, Pastor Drink, that was the pastor there before he passed on, there was an accident that took place in the church. There was a car that was speeding on Grand Avenue and went into the church.
Can you speak closer to the mic?
And that's the reason why we had to go over to the other church across the street at a much earlier time than what we wanted to do. But following Sunday, the pastor Drink have a sermon about the accident, and he was saying that it was good that the person that was driving the vehicle didn't pass away in the church, because it would be the house of the dead. And this house
What
was
do you got?
for the
Who's
house of the
next?
living, not for the house of the deceased. So now, way back now in the future now, it comes to be the house where you lay the deceased. So, as I'm saying, the church is for the house of the living, not for the house of the deceased. That was the topic that pastor was preaching about before he passed away. So that's the reason why I am against it being there.
Sure. Hi, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Victor Sugdeo, 710 Foxhurst Road. I am the president of the Baldwin Chamber of Commerce. My statement is strictly in regards to the business aspect of the proposal, as my job is to advocate for local businesses. While we respect the church's mission to serve the community, we must express our members' concern about this plan. The main issue is that a tax-exempt nonprofit organization, the church would not have to pay taxes like other businesses. This would allow them to charge lower prices for funeral services compared to the for-profit funeral homes in our town. This would create an unfair advantage and make it harder for local businesses to compete.
Can I just ask you? I wasn't, go ahead.
Theoretically, this is a for-profit enterprise. Are you quite confident that it's going to be tax exempt? Because I'm not sure about that. You have to get approval. My understanding is you have to get approval from the federal and state governments in order to take this piece of property off the tax rolls. And I'm not sure that a church which leases out a portion of the business of their property for a for-profit endeavor is going to be tax exempt at all.
Right.
So
that would be our concern.
I'm not sure that your concern is a valid concern, if that's your only concern.
Yeah. Well,
All right?
how,
I mean, I don't know that anyone here is capable of speaking to that. Counsel?
Okay, the property's tax exempt. The property's tax exempt as of now. But any
Louder.
Excuse me?
Go ahead.
Okay. The property is tax exempt as of now, but any income they receive is not part of their function. They have to pay income tax upon the income they receive from the funeral home.
Hold
Unless
on.
you-
The funeral home, so the church is over here.
Right.
And now the funeral home entity is renting the space.
Right.
Is that funeral home entity a tax exempt
No,
entity?
no,
No,
no, it
it's a
isn't.
tax-paying entity.
Yes, correct. I'm saying that any income the
Right.
church receives
The
from
business is a taxable business.
Yes, it is. Definitely.
I get the business, but from real property tax perspective, is that property going to come off the tax rolls?
It is off the tax rolls.
Well, is it going to be placed back on the tax rolls when it's leased out to a for-profit entity?
My understanding, it will be. I can't get the definitive
I
statement. I'll
would-
check into that. I'll check
I would
into
assume-
We'll check
I'll
it.
get back to you.
We'll check that.
Also, want to say, since I have the floor, 1 second, they're talking about the use. They're having 2 to 3 funerals the whole week, so it's not, it shouldn't have a major impact on parking and use, et cetera.
We're not there.
I know, I'm just saying.
Let's let this
But it
young
is a-
man finish.
It is a
Okay.
major impact if you can't get home, even if it's
Yeah.
1 day a week. But it sounds like that's an issue already happening. And these folks have a plan.
Okay.
So
Go on.
If in event they are not tax exempt, then I would withdraw my opposition because we are here to promote local
Okay,
business. and-
that's your sole objection,
Right,
correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And I would ask in the future if we can have a conversation to
Yeah.
alleviate this as the chamber.
Good.
problem.
That works
Okay,
well.
thank you,
sir.
Mr. Suteo. Next up,
I don't think there's any more.
no, there are. Abby Gross, she here? Come on up.
Hello. I do. My name is Abigail Gross. I live at 743 Florence Street in Baldwin. Florence Street is, the proposed property is on Grand and Florence Street. Okay, so on the short block between on Florence Street, between Grand and Brookside, there are 20 families, most of which have multiple cars. And on the on the other corner of Florence and Grand, there is an electrical company that has employees that park on our street. So that is a big problem. And if the if the funeral home lines up cars for the funeral procession, they would have to do it on Florence Street because they can't do it in front of the building on Grand, because not only is it a busy street, but there's a bus stop right there. So that would be a problem. We have a lot of children on our block, as well as dogs, cats, and rabbits that are wild. So that's a problem. Additionally, there are people on our block that use well water to water their gardens with the vegetables and things that they grow. And what is going to happen with the embalming fluid that's going to go into the well water beneath the houses?
Do we have someone here who can opine as to that and explain the process? I mean, just so you know, I'm quite confident. So we have, in the building department, they pass on all of these items. DEC, if necessary, the county, the town, on all the environmental issues, but to the extent that someone here can provide any insight.
How do they dispose of it?
About the disposal, that would be helpful.
Does it stay in the body? This is
Well, funeral homes have to get a health department permit, so based on the rules and regulations of a funeral home existing, that embalming fluid is disposed of according to the rules and regulations of the health department.
Are those rules that it can't be just dumped somewhere? I assume it's placed in containers and some professional picks it up?
It
Is
gets
that how it
picked
works?
up. It gets picked up.
Okay.
They're placed in containers which are picked up.
Okay.
Yeah, I assumed it was like that, just like dry cleaners and the rest of it, but it's worth asking since the issue was raised.
That's a very poor analogy. Dry cleaner.
But the main problem is the traffic and the parking.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Etienne Lashley. Pass? Okay. Tara Drins? Pass? Okay.
All right.
All right. So, Ms. Gooseby? Councilwoman, would you like to speak?
Well, you're
Well,
here, we would
you're
love to hear
here.
from you. Ms. Gooseby?
Could
we
you-
can't
could
hear
you
Can
please-
you take the microphone? Take the position you're comfortable with at the podium.
Oh, thank you so much. If I was in there, probably maybe a little bit worse when we have it over there, so it's okay. But I'm very happy that everyone is here speaking out, and certainly it's wonderful that you get to know each other, because we do have problems, and I'm listening to you, and when I come to the meeting, some of those things that you were talking about, I want to hear them. We must work together, and I'm listening to this group. I know there's absolutely no way that this bombing fluid can go into anything that we drink. We must have good water, and we don't do that sort of thing. And Alva, you have a right to speak, so that's okay, but in the end, I think you've done a great job. So thank you all so very much for listening to them and giving them the opportunity to speak. Thank
Okay,
you. And this
thank you.
young man and this young lady, they've done such a wonderful job on this whole project. So
Very
I
nice
thank
to
you
see
for
you,
it.
Ms. Gooseby. We
Yeah.
don't see you often.
Well, I'm in the building. I'm over there.
I know, but we don't see you in our hearings very often, and it's very
Well,
nice.
It's an independent board, Councilwoman.
That's right. It's a different kind of work, and I go all over. So I see you now. If you want me to come again, I'll come another time.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you. Gentlemen?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd just like to say with reference to the procession, the funeral procession and the cars, If you look at our property and the parking lot, the dimensions of the parking lot are between the parking spaces on either side, east to west. There's significant amount of space there for the parking procession to begin at that point. So as the funeral service is over, they go into their parking spaces and they can actually start to stack in the parking lot that's there, because size-wise, it can accommodate that provision. Okay?
Can I just ask you, once we're finished, if it works for council, who will, after we deliberate, draft our decision? Can someone in your group give us some framework for how it is you might be able to influence, for lack of a better term, the folks coming there to not park on the street? Oftentimes, we've had different scenarios over the last, long time. But how you can help address the issue of people parking in front of people's houses by just letting the people coming there know, park there, park here, don't park in front of houses. Can you give us something in that way, Mr. Mueller, or whoever's driving the bus?
We'll
Okay,
draft
thank you.
something up. We'll work with the funeral director to make something which makes sense for everybody.
And thank you all for a great showing. It's so nice to see the community come out and provide input, because it's really important to our process.
Right.
Chairman?
Sir? Your name? Come up, sir.
Okay, and we'll finish after that.
Just what you said.
Yes, I do. Hi, my name is Stephen Naidu.
Pull the microphone a little closer.
My name is Stephen Naidu. I live at 745 Beach Street, which is right next door to the church, the Abundant Church.
Okay.
And I heard that you propose to open a funeral home there.
Say that last part again.
It's a proposal to open a funeral home there.
Funeral home.
Yeah. Anyway, what I'm saying, I just moved into this neighborhood like 2 years ago. And the reason I moved there is I was living in Queens.
I know, everyone says that.
So now I have my 2 grandkids who play right in the backyard. And it's going to be right next door to the funeral home. And so I guess they can't be outdoor anymore.
Why?
Why not?
Because you're going to have a funeral home. I'm not going to have my fence is right into the churchyard.
They're not going to have
What?
things outdoors.
I know, but I don't want to be barbecuing and having a funeral home right next to where I'm living. You know?
Please, folks, please.
But you have a fence.
Christina, did he
Yeah, but right now
sign
it's
in?
right there.
It's gonna look.
Well, at least you're going to know it's a funeral home. The deceased are right there. I can't be barbecuing and playing my music and know they're deceased right there.
Deceased. All right, just let this.
You know?
All right. Okay, ma'am, you'd like to say something?
And I know when you go to a funeral home, you look for the closest parking.
Okay.
You're not going to go park 5 minutes away, and I'm living right there, so you're going to be blocking my driveway and everything.
Well, you're not wrong about that, but we're trying to address that issue.
Yeah, the closest place you look for parking when you go to a funeral. So definitely I'm objecting to this. And if it goes through, then I'm looking to relocate someplace else.
Okay.
I have pictures can show my grandkids are playing in the yard, you know, and that's going to be right next door, which is not fair to us.
Okay. I just, if I can just address that. So his backyard is at the back of the building, of the funeral service building. So, and there are no windows in the back of the funeral service building. So they wouldn't be seeing anything on the,
Wait.
there's just a blank wall on that side that's sides on his rear yard.
So, you know, I have my objection there, and if it goes through, I would be relocating someplace else.
Okay. So noted.
You know.
Please, please, come on. Ma'am, would you like to add something? Go ahead.
So my name is Anita Naidu, and I reside at the same property.
You're gonna have to speak loud.
Yeah. So I agree with what my husband is saying. Also, we have two grandbabies, as like he says, and we always spend most of our day at the backyard, and for just outdoor activities and have the kids play around like a playground. Also, we like being outdoor, so that will be taken away from us because mentally we know that there will be a funeral home. My kitchen is not too far away there too, and it will be in my head, oh, there are these dead bodies over there, and it will be mentally will be disturbing me, my peace of mind, because I know there's a funeral home just less than 50 feet away from my home. I don't know how anyone here will feel to be living next to a funeral home, but for me, like thinking about, oh, I'm sleeping, but then, just mentally, you know that there is, I'm saying it as I'm thinking it, dead bodies is not less than 50 feet away from my home. And the whole community will become like a commercial because they'll have like vehicles. Whenever, it's gonna be very busy. And right now it's so peaceful. It seems like a residential area because there's no vehicle passing by, only, and parking will be taken up. So I'm opposing this because for me, I feel the community is more family-friendly oriented, and to bring a funeral home into the environment, and the houses are so close by. So that's my point, and I agree with my husband that if this go through, we will have to relocate. Then our house property, probably the value will go down because of this. Nobody wants to live next to a funeral home. So that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
All right, that's the end of it.
All right. Hold on, last one. Somebody's got to be the last one.
Do I do it on a, okay.
She can sign in over there.
She'll sign in.
So we can get.
Do I put the address again? All right, I'm sorry.
Okay?
The pastor from the Second Baptist Church is here. He'd like to say a few words.
This one and one more, and then we're done. We've heard from,
Yes, I do. Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Gene Maurice McCrae. I serve as the pastor of the Second Baptist Church. We are here simply in solidarity and full support of Mrs. Mitchell to occupy our vacant building for her business. We see it as an opportunity for us to come in partnership with Gina Mitchell Funeral Home and to serve our community in this capacity. Many of us are here from the church in support of this endeavor.
I just want to say, when they were speaking about the church being there.
Ma'am.
Oh.
and just start with your name.
Name and address.
Your name and
please.
address. So
My
that
name is Addie Williamson. My address is 7 Old Mill Court in Rockford Center, New York, 11578. We moved into Baldwin in 2040 in 1996. We haven't had any problems since we've been there. People park, but there's a church right behind us. It's about half a block. has no parking lot, and they park everywhere they want to, and nobody complains about that. So I just wanted to know, to let you know that we are not the only one that are parking there, because those people come to church earlier than we do. And now that we're across the street, we park behind our new church.
Because you got that big lot.
We got the back big lot, yes. And across from where our church is, there's a store there where a lady has, there. And she allows Second Baptist to park in her parking lot on Sunday when she's closed. So it's not all of Second Baptist that are going and parking on the street. It's from another church that's been there before we came.
Thank you.
Thank you. Why is there not an application before us to establish this in a Res B zone? The only thing we got is parking. All right, folks, please, please.
Are we finished?
Do you have, all right, you have the opportunity to sum up now.
Well, basically, I think we answered the questions of the people who had some opinions, negative opinions about the proposed use. Just again to say, it's the intention of Mitchell Funeral Services to utilize the parking lot that we have for 22 spaces and also utilize the municipal parking lot to the north to accommodate our shortfall of 38 parking spaces based on the zoning calculations and the requirements of parking that we are required to provide.
Okay.
So based on that, we just respectfully request approval of the parking variance and the variance for the ramp in the rear yard.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that this hearing be closed, that this matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone in the room who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it is rendered. Thank you all for coming and participating. Have a wonderful holiday, whatever holiday you celebrate, Merry Christmas, etc.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Second.
Thank you. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Stephanie? What? Okay. All right, folks.
I'll make copies.
Wait.
Your seat is down there, buddy.
Next, we have case 74724, Jacqueline Chichester. Variances, side yards aggregate, construct addition with deck above, convert garage to living space, construct two-story addition and second story, all attached to dwelling, also known as 678 Northern Parkway.
My name is Juan Medina. I am the designer on record, and my address is 1936 Hempstead Turnpike in East Meadow, New York.
Go ahead. Name?
Marcia Chichester, 678 Northern Parkway, Uniondale, New York. I'm the co-owner of the house. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes. So, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So the property in question is 678 Northern Parkway in Uniondale. The scope of work is the two-story addition on the side yard, including a garage conversion, and a one-story addition on the rear yard. The variance that we're looking for is for the side yard and the aggregate. The requirement is 8 feet for the side yard, and the aggregate is 24 feet. Yes, the proposed is 4.58, and the aggregate is 14.33. So,
Changing with the proposal.
I'll tell you right now. So we're taking 8 feet and 8.3 feet from the side yard.
Okay,
For
hold on.
the,
So your side yard's required to be 8, and you wish to make it 8.58. So prior to that, you're saying it was 13 and change?
it's required to be 8, and we're making it 4.58.
And what was it before this proposal?
It'll be about 12.58 roughly.
Okay. And go ahead with the side yard aggregate.
And the aggregate is 24 feet, and we're proposing 14.33 feet.
It's now 24, or it's just required 24? Or are they the same?
24, it would have been, let's see, plus 8 feet, 13, plus 9. It would have been roughly about 34 feet.
Okay. So why don't you, as we look at the plans, tell us you're looking to construct an addition with a deck, convert the garage to living, and then you want a two-story addition, which means it's outside the footprint.
Correct.
And you want a second-story addition in addition. So why don't you tell us what the purpose is and the need for the proposed additions while we look through the plans?
Certainly. So the two-story addition is on top of the existing garage, which is currently 1 story.
Oh, if it's two-story, it's a change in footprint. You also have a second-story addition.
Yeah,
Maybe
so-
your second story is on top of the garage?
We're adding a story on top of the garage, and
Okay,
we're
that's your
also
second.
extending to the side yard.
Okay, that's your two-story. Keep going.
Okay? And in addition to that, we have a addition on the rear yard.
That's a
Now,
one-story addition or a two-story addition on the rear?
it's a 1-story addition on the rear yard with a balcony on the second floor. Okay? And the reason for the scope of work is that the owner has her nephew living in the house, your son, I apologize. Her son will be living in the house, and they're looking to convert the property into a senior residence with the accessory dwelling. So,
Has your client filed for the senior residence?
yes, we have.
And was that already issued as of right, or will that be becoming before
It
us
will be
soon?
pending the decision of this case, but they meet all the requirements for the senior resident in
So
terms
it's
of the
under
age.
850 square feet?
Correct, correct, I believe so.
Okay, so, but for this construction, you have an as-of-right senior residence.
I couldn't hear that. What was that?
Our resident expert that we're so lucky to have has, this makes life so much easier. So she's indicated that, yes, in fact, you are entitled to a senior residence as of right. You're just looking to make some changes here with basically a relatively de minimis request to encroach in the side yard and side yard aggregate, which is related.
That's correct.
So, okay.
And-
Is there anything else you would like to add at this time?
I would. So, I think the reason for the expansive side yard and side yard aggregate is that we're dealing with an irregular shaped block here. which leads to irregular shaped lots for Uniondale. On average, Uniondale, you're looking at about a 50 feet frontage. Here, we're dealing with about an 80-foot frontage because the frontage is much larger than the depth of the lots. In addition to that, the change that we're proposing is not inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. There are properties in that same block that have a side yard aggregate similar to the one we're proposing. So I included the assessor map here.
Where did you get those?
This is the assessor map, so
Okay, and you got it,
from the
just
Nassau
pulled it
County.
off the computer, right?
Exactly, Nassau
Okay, and
County.
you pulled it off yourself?
Correct.
Okay, we'll accept that into evidence.
Okay. Thank you.
How many bedrooms are in the house?
Let me pull up my plans.
Now and then what's in addition to the proposed?
Right now, there are 4 bedrooms on the second level.
The whole house, how many existing house?
4 bedrooms,
4 bedrooms? And how many baths?
3 bathrooms, including one in the basement.
Okay. And with the addition, how many bedrooms will there be and how many baths?
With the addition, we're only adding, give me a second here. The number of bedrooms is not gonna change. It won't change. So one of the areas where the bedroom is currently in will become part of that senior residence. So we're not adding additional bedrooms. We will be adding 2 additional bathrooms. Yes. There's currently, give me a second here, one bathroom, 2. So there's 3, there'll be 5 bathrooms. So, yeah. And it's just to clarify, it's a 2-story space. So the space that will be used as part of the accessory apartment is 2 stories. So there's a first floor and a second floor. So there's a bathroom on the first level, and then there's a bathroom on the second level. It does. It was part of that garage footprint that is being expanded for that accessory apartment. Give me a second here. So there'll be like an open space. So where that garage door was previously, it would be like an open space. They're just asking how it's gonna.
Sir, what's the total for your senior resident in square feet?
I'll calculate that exact figure right now. I don't have it.
First, you check and then that's the answer, right?
I don't see a,
It's roughly about 650 square feet.
on your permit search dated November 20, 2023, I don't see a permit issued for a finished basement, which would include the bathrooms.
Let's see. I wasn't aware of that. I will have to look into that. In my plans, I'm showing the basement as finished.
I see that,
Yeah.
but there's no permit for it.
It was there when we moved into the house, and we've been there since, my son was 3, he's, since 1998.
Yeah, you know, that happens a lot with lots of people. Well, it was that way when I bought the house, but I'll say, I'm not a lawyer, so I can say it. Sometimes the lawyers don't do a thorough job in reviewing and making sure that there's permits for everything.
Yeah.
Sometimes the mortgage companies don't do their thorough job. You can bypass it and, buy a house without a mortgage, or, without a permits, and you get eventually catches up.
This is a common situation, and it won't be a hard thing for me to add another application to finish the basement. I mean, there's been other concerns like the fence. We had to do a maintain application for the fence, and we can do a maintain application for the cellar if it's necessary. It won't be a hard thing to do.
The cellar was built with the cellar entrance?
It was, and there's a permit for 1986-212.
What's in the basement?
It's on the site plan.
Yes, you're right. 1986 permit.
Correct.
The 331.
Correct.
What's in the basement?
Currently, there is a bathroom, there is a laundry room, we have the utility room, and then it's an open space. There's no kitchen in the basement. Yeah. No problem for that. The basement, we just filed a maintain application, just like the fence.
Sorry, we were trying to get our ducks in a row here, looking at these materials. Is there anything else you wish to add?
That is all I have to say.
Are there any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Aye.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have case 74824, East Meadow, New York Land Development 2 Corporation. Variances, subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to front setback line, construct dwelling on a lesser lot. Also, located north side 3rd Avenue, 88 feet west of Newbridge Road.
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien, how have you been?
Very good, Mr. Pellegrini. How are you?
Good. Mr. Nelson, it's been a while.
Nice to see you.
Likewise.
Happy holidays. It was so nice coming in here and hearing people opining once again. For the applicant, Robert W. O'Brien, 877 North Corona Avenue, North Valley Stream, New York.
Jed Nelson, 1380 Belmore Avenue, Belmore, New York. I am a New York State General Certified Real Estate Appraiser.
James Bianco, President, New York Land Development, 1136 Arlington Avenue, Franklin Square.
Good afternoon, Ms. Marto and members of the board. I represent the applicant, New York Land Development 2 Corp. with respect to this application for permission to construct a one-family dwelling on a lesser-sized lot in the hamlet of East Meadow. My colleagues have introduced themselves, but to my right is our real estate expert, Jed Nelson, who's prepared to testify regarding the nature and character of the area, and that the benefit of the application to the applicant outweighs any detriment to the surrounding community. And to my left is James Bianco, as he indicated, the principal of New York Land, to answer any questions the board may have regarding the construction of or the proposed construction on the property. The property that is the subject of this application is on the north side of 3rd Avenue in East Meadow, approximately 88 feet west of Newbridge Road. And just for the record, it's known on the Nassau County tax map as Section 50, Block 410, lots 55 through 56.
Mr. O'Brien, just so I follow you, what's it subdividing from?
That's, if you give me a minute, I'll be very happy to answer that. The property is irregularly sized, as the board is noting from the radius map. It's only 15.13 feet in the frontage, but it widens to about 38 feet by the time you get to the proposed front house line. And as you continue to move back from the street, it has a rear property line of 43.44 feet. The west property line has a depth of 80, is a solid depth of 80 feet, or a straight line of 80 feet. The east property line has a similar depth, but because of a diagonal line of 29.75 feet, that goes at I think it's about a 45-degree angle. It looks a little shorter.
Total?
I'm sorry?
I couldn't hear the number on the east. I see the angles. What did you come up with?
It's right. It's 29.75 feet, the angle. So like roughly a 45-foot angle. It looks a little bit shorter. So
without the angle, it's about the same as the other side.
No. Yes. Yeah. And now that east property line is of I think primarily importance to the application, because the property that it butts, and that's where we're going to get into that subdivision, Mr. Romano, is a vacant, unimproved property owned by the state of New York as a result of a proposed road widening over 50 years ago. Yeah. It appears from the building department records that prior to the state acquiring a portion of the property, it was improved by a one-family dwelling and was part of a larger parcel. The state, and it appears to be demolition permits issued in the 1960s when this taking took place. For 50 years, however, the property appears to have remained vacant and unimproved. Now, according to the building department, the variances my client needs to construct a proposed dwelling are for subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to front setback line. If I just may digress for a moment, again of importance, of note,
No, we're done with
there is no requested variance for a lot area occupied.
Only she gets to digress.
I was joking. I said, no, we're done digressing today.
Now, I digress from time to time, but I try to come back to the point.
Okay, no lot area occupied.
But there's no lot area occupied. We realize, my client realized it's a small lot. You put a small, modest home on it for approval. It won't overwhelm the area or the neighborhood.
Just with 2 kitchens.
Now, in a perfect world, I would probably be asking the board to deny the subdivision application. And why would I say something crazy like that? Because the subdivision, as the building department views it, is what the state did years ago in subdividing it. I'm telling you the truth,
Explain.
as it's been explained, that even though the state divided it years ago, and there's one parcel here and the other parcel owned by the state, and the line is delineated for everybody to see for the last how many years, the building department views that as a subdivision.
Wait, did this property used to be owned by the state also?
No. No.
By whom?
This property was owned by whoever the predecessors in interest were to the former.
That's well said.
Yeah,
It was owned
no,
by the
it was never owned by the
predecessors.
state. What the state did along Newbridge Road there, it did a massive taking, and for about, I'm going to tell you from what I estimated, and maybe Mr. Nelson has a better feel for about 5-6 blocks. And And the whole idea that Newbridge Road was going to be widened, but only for a limited period of time. If you drive on Woodfield Road, or if any of you have been out to see the property yet, you'll notice it doesn't make sense.
But what
If
are
you
we
were-
cutting it off of? The land to the
You're
north?
you're not cutting it off. That's a building department decision. It's not what we believe to be the proper case.
Okay, we have our resident expert. Miss Becky first, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and
The
nothing but
property
truth?
was originally owned by the state. The state did a taking, and then in which sold off the property, subdividing it itself. So the applicant was sold the property.
Wait, the state had
The
it?
state had
The
it.
state subdivided it on state level?
And sold it off.
To a resident? A
Yes,
person,
yes.
Entity?
Was it ever developed at that time?
No,
But if the state already subdivided it off before it sold it, why do we have to re-subdivide?
because they never actually went through subdividing the lot.
For the town?
For the town, yes,
They never made a building lot out of it?
yes.
Okay.
So it was an illegal subdivision on behalf of the state?
Yes,
That's what I
Wouldn't call
said.
it that.
If you want, if you wanted to deny the subdivision, you get the property back.
There you go.
We love a chance at a
All
bigger
right.
lot.
So we're carving it off that piece, however silly the process is.
Stupid. I don't know what you
But
Next.
yeah, there was a house there built in the 1940s.
Yes.
All right, so now we're carving it off of that for
So
mostly
now the
administrative
property
purposes.
has sat there, from what we could see, for 50-something years, doing nothing.
Right, we got it.
And so, what will happen? Will it remain nothing? It has no attachment to any of the others. So,
But you got a discount.
you know, if the board goes out, or has gone out, you'll notice that the property probably most impacted by it is the adjoining parcel on Third Avenue. It says on your radius map, South Shore Building Corp., and let me just add something, because I took care of it. It made no sense to me why South Shore Building Corp. was listed as the owner. It's actually two deceased people by the name of last name of Bolton, B-O-L-T-O-N. They both died. One died, I think, in 2013, the other 14. And it's been handled, it's been in the Office of the Public Administrator, and it's been in foreclosure for 9-10 years. What I did when I sent out the notices that the board requires, not only did I send it to South Shore Building Corp., which Mr. Bianco's radius map person indicated was incorrect, but I also sent it to the Boltons, because they are the last name owners there, but I also sent it to the public administrator, so that anybody involved with that property. But that property has been vacant. It has the big X on the door. It has stop work orders from the town of Hempstead, and probably nine years now, from what I've followed on the court websites regarding the foreclosure.
Let me ask you, you're going to tell me Mr. Bianco's not trying to buy that piece too?
There's no place to buy it from.
From
If there was equity in the property, the public administrator would have been able to sell it. But there's no equity in the property because of the reverse mortgage, and how long this will go on. So nobody is really being affected, particularly adversely on this.
Property?
Not on my client's
On the
property,
vacant property.
but on that vacant house next door, and that's been, if you follow the court proceeding, which you can easily do on the court websites, it is, there's probably about 70 listings or 70 entries for what has been done, and it's been sitting in foreclosure for all that period of time.
So the estate can't sell that property and,
Nobody has come forward on the estate. That's why the public administrator's
Okay.
office is involved. The public administrator can't sell it because there's no equity in that property. So they have to wait for what will eventually happen is, if the public administrator's been getting notices, from what I could gather, and eventually, if and when the foreclosure goes through, there'll be an auction sale, and then, here we are 9 years down the road, and nothing has happened.
Okay, so go ahead and tell us about your
wow.
Okay, so, getting back to this property and going back over the years, one of two things will happen. The board will entertain my client's application favorably and build a new house. And as you enter the block, first thing you'll see is a new house and not whatever's going on there with this adjoining house and property, or it'll get lost for unpaid real estate taxes. I'm sorry?
So we just went through the subdivision. You got lot area and front width. You gave us front width. Can you just tell us the lot area?
Mr. Nelson, what do we have?
2,982.3 square feet.
Yeah.
Wow, it looks larger than that.
Yeah.
It appears larger.
So, as far as you know, my client will agree to the board's usually imposed conditions, that it be used as a one-family residence. Again, it's a modest house, but I know the board imposes conditions which my client will accept. Will also accept an owner-occupied requirement. And unless the board has any other questions of me at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Nelson.
Thank you.
To testify as to real estate valuations, have there been any adverse changes to your qualifications?
No, there has not.
Okay, you are qualified as a
Thank you.
witness
This
in the area
is the
described.
first time I'm appearing before the board since the rules have changed. I did submit everything online as instructed, but I do have a packet, a booklet of the actual photographs that were submitted. If the board chooses, they can.
We'll accept those into evidence. Those are photographs
Okay.
taken by you,
Those-
Mr. Nelson?
Pardon me?
Those are photographs taken by you?
Yes, they are.
And they fairly and accurately present what they purport to represent?
Yes, they do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I've also prepared a radius map highlighted with the state property, the subject property, some variances that were issued in the area. I'd like to submit that as well.
Okay, we'll accept that into evidence. Is there one of those, or?
I'm sorry, yes, just one, but
Okay.
it was uploaded.
Okay, and you'll be going through that, as you testify, you'll be going through that, so we'll use it
Yes, I have another one.
to facilitate our understanding of your testimony. Go ahead.
The subject property is located on the north side of 3rd Avenue, approximately 88 feet west of Newbridge Road in the hamlet of East Meadow, New York. It's part of the town of Hempstead, Nassau County. It's designated as Section 50, Block 410, lots 55 and 56 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map, and it is situated within a Residence B zoning district according to the Town of Hempstead Building Department. The site is very unique in that the parcel was part of a larger lot developed with a one-family residence back in the 1940s on a 60 by 105 lot, and up until the New York State condemned many of the parcels along the west side of Newbridge Road between North Jerusalem Road to the south and Hempstead Turnpike to the north, the subject being one of them, and the condemnation took place back in the early 1960s. The existing home at that time was demolished, as subsequently Newbridge Road was widened, although many of the parcels condemned and taken by New York State, whereas only a few feet were used to widen the road. Much of the remaining parcels still remain vacant and owned by New York State. You can note that on the radius map highlighted in yellow. New York State, in their taking and widening, left some parcels still in the home ownership, just as the subject parcel was left in the owner's name, as well as the parcel that backs to the subject to the north, which has been developed with a two-story colonial-style dwelling back in 2005. That home is located on 2nd Avenue, approximately 80 feet west of Newbridge Road. They also left two pieces of vacant land directly across the street from the subject property on the south side of 3rd Avenue, as also seen on the radius map. The subject parcel, although diminished in size as it affords just under 3,000 square feet, actually 2,982.3 plus or minus square feet, is a unique piece as it offers a very good buffer zone for the traffic, the noise, the views from Newbridge Road, to the other homes on the block and in this neighborhood. Therefore, the only home or property which may suffer would be the subject property by itself. Nobody to the east, nobody across the street, and no home to the west would all be protected by the development of the subject site. The home to the west has been vacant as it was an estate for the past 10 years. This home appears to have fallen through the cracks as many attempts have been made to acquire the property by numerous people, and nobody in the banks, nobody has any knowledge as to the status of that home. The applicant is proposing to build a modest two-story dwelling of approximately 1,345 total square feet of livable area. There will be a two-car driveway for off-street parking. The improvements will conform to all setback requirements based upon the Residence B zoning district, and that would include a front yard of 25 feet, side yards of 15 feet aggregate with a one side minimum of 5, and a rear yard of 25 feet. The proposed application fulfills a need for residential housing, especially in this area, without causing any detriment to any nearby properties, property owners, property values, or any detriment to the community. What's very interesting here is the home located across the street at the northeast corner of Newbridge Road and 3rd Avenue is a home that was built on a 22-foot wide lot, which was granted a variance back on February 4th of 1959. This property has not resold since 2000. Thereby, it demonstrates that land size has not posed any detriment to the home ownership. Additionally, there are 12 other variances noted within a 5-block radius of the subject property. Copies of these variances are made part of the photograph packet that I submitted earlier. There's also a location map indicating the specific locations of these variances. All 12 of these variances included a request for a diminished lot area and/or lot width. Therefore, this proposed application is and will not be a trendsetter or is asking for anything different than what has been already granted in this immediate area. The subject property has been sitting like this vacant for almost 60 years since the condemnation by New York State, and as much the properties taken by New York State in the 1960s still remain vacant. Although the subject parcel is not owned by New York State as much as the others are still, it was, sorry, I'm jumping around. We'll skip there. If New York State ever desires to sell the property abutting the subject property to the east, it would be a nice addition to the subject, but until then, the subject property lot will remain as it is, or maybe worse. Therefore, based upon the aforementioned, it is my professional opinion that no undesirable changes will be produced or introduced into the character of this neighborhood by granting of the proposed application. There are no feasible alternatives available to the applicant other than a relief sought by an area variance. I understand from the from the applicant that he has attempted to acquire other properties, but New York State will not discuss the purchase of any lands, will not sell off any of their lands. The requested variances are somewhat substantial as proposed, although a very similar variance was granted directly across the street on Newbridge Road at a northeast corner of Newbridge Road and 3rd Avenue, which has not caused any detriment to the neighborhood or the community. It is my professional opinion that the proposed application will not adversely affect or negatively affect the physical or environmental conditions in this neighborhood. I believe the proposed application makes good sense without any detriment to the existing character or homeowners. The proposed application will help fulfill a growing need for residential housing for this community, which I believe will enhance the area and create an increase of tax revenues. It has been reported by Newsday that the local store owners and merchants are suffering from the lack of help in the workforce, stemming from a lack of housing and living units available. Additionally, businesses are closing their doors because of the lack of patrons. In my professional opinion, this application helps the aforementioned by providing additional living units for the area. Smart developments make smart sense and help fulfill a need for many years to come. That is my presentation. I will answer any questions as best I can.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, did you go through the financials on it?
I did.
Good.
I guess I didn't hear it.
No.
It's okay, we have it on
I didn't go
record.
through them, but I covered them, and if you'd like, I certainly will testify to them. The purchase price of the subject property is approximately $150,000. I have added legal and architectural fees of approximately $20,000, bringing the total acquisition to $170,000. I've estimated the costs to build the new construction at $250,000, landscaping and other soft costs at $15,000, so the total development of the site would be approximately $435,000 to $450,000. I've estimated a sales price of approximately $700,000 for a new home, less broker's commission. The builder will recognize a profit between $180,000 and $200,000 if this application is to be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Bryan?
I have nothing else other than to say, as I said earlier, the alternatives are to do nothing, go back, be lost for taxes, and 50 years from now, so maybe somebody else will come in and make the application. But I think what it does in the end, you take something that is empty, is sitting there vacant, can be used for other purposes. You're closing it off, you're putting a house in, you're providing something that you're not causing any detriment to the neighborhood.
Back on the tax roll. Are there any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Second?
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas,
Happy
whatever you
holidays.
celebrate.
Very Merry Christmas and a happy and healthy New Year, and let's make it a point next December, we all come back here and we're all together.
Another
Right.
subdivision again? No.
No. See y'all later. Go ahead.
That was my opining.
Are you hot? Come on, move.
Next, we have case 74924, Elmont Davis and B.G. Paul. Variances, a subdivision of lot area, maintain two-family dwelling and detached garage on a lesser lot, Lot A, also known as 440 Eureka Avenue, as well as case 75024, Elmont Davis and B.G. Paul. Variances, subdivision of lot area, rear yard, construct dwelling, Lot B, north side, B Street, 84.35 feet west of Eureka Avenue. Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Please take a seat, state your name and address for the record.
Dominic Minerva and D'Agostino, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York, attorney for the applicant.
It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmont, New York, 11710. Good afternoon.
Davis Paul, 135 Jefferson Street, Franklin Square, New York, 11010.
Mr. Minerva, is this a Res C or Res B?
Residence C. Okay, may I proceed? Okay, thank you. The application before you today is for variances to permit the construction of a new single-family dwelling while maintaining an existing two-family dwelling and garage on a lesser lot. The subject premises is located at 440 Eureka Avenue in Elmont. It's known as Section 35, Block 81, tax lots 29 through 40 of the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. It's located in a residency zone. Subject parcel is located at the northwest corner of Eureka Avenue and B Street. The existing two-family dwelling fronts on Eureka Avenue, and the proposed single-family dwelling wood front on B Street. The subject parcel contains 12,184 square feet, and the proposal is to subdivide the parcel into a 5,200 square foot parcel for the new home and a 6,984 square foot parcel to maintain the existing two-family dwelling and garage built in 1956 on a lesser lot. The variances requested are for lot area to maintain the two-family dwelling on the lesser lot with 12,000 square feet required and 6,984 square feet provided, and for lot area and a rear yard setback for the new proposed single-family dwelling with 6,000 square feet required and 5,200 square feet proposed, and a minor rear yard setback variance of 24 feet proposed versus 25 feet required. We're talking about Lot B, the new single-family dwelling. 24. No, 5,200 square feet proposed. Well, the two-family house on the 12,000-plus square foot lot, that was built in 1956. So it was not anything recent. And when Mr. Nelson takes you through the testimony, he'll inform you that there are other two-family dwellings that got variances on similar-sized, lesser lots. So it's in keeping with the prior precedents in the area.
Proposed size lots or lesser than 12,000?
He has the lot sizes for the two families. You want me to have him jump into that now?
No, I don't want,
Go ahead, Mr. Minerva, whatever you need to do.
There are no other variances required other than the lot size and the one minor rear yard setback. All other area requirements for each parcel will be met. The existing two-family dwelling will maintain the two-car garage and double-wide driveway, and there's a proposed two-car driveway for the new dwelling. The applicant will, of course, accept the standard conditions this board opposes with regard to the proposed new single-family dwelling. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Barry Nelson to provide his report.
Mr. Nelson, since the last time you were qualified by this board, have there been any adverse changes to your qualifications? And you can address the issue of the new regulations also.
No changes, and
You submitted what you needed to submit.
I submitted a set of photographs that include the subject property and the surrounding uses and some of the properties which I will describe to you shortly.
Wait, you submitted those just now, or you submitted those?
No.
Those were some,
Pardon me?
they should have been submitted to the portal some time ago.
No, I don't doubt that. Did you submit one, or just let me locate it?
I didn't submit anything today. But it's
Okay, but in
online.
the file, I should find it, right?
Yes.
One copy or multiple, Mr. Nelson?
Just the one set.
Mr. Nelson, how many photos, it's okay, how many photos are in what you submitted?
Online, there was 20 pictures.
I have something here with 4 photos. We have 2 copies of this? Is this how it
Those are
starts?
online.
I'd just like to follow along.
are there plans in that? Did you come across?
Oh,
No,
hold on here.
no plans?
No.
You-
I know, I
It's
thought they
okay.
might be connected to this sign.
Plans.
Hold on here. I have one set with me. Oh, thank you. Mr. Nelson, Did your photo group, we got several photos here of the sign posting, but also houses? No? Not that,
No.
that's not part of your group? Is that one of the files? Because it's a subdivision, so there are two files.
And 7 sets brought to, okay.
I'm just learning.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, yeah, let's just, so we don't seem to be able to locate them. They may or may not be there. So you're going to submit to us another copy. Those are photographs that you took,
Yes,
fairly inaccurately represent what they purport to represent?
yes,
Okay, we'll accept those into evidence.
thank you.
750.
Okay, you can go ahead and start your testimony, Mr. Nelson.
So council's gone over the application substantially. The applicant generally is looking to maintain the two-family on a reduced lot and
Thank you.
construct a new single-family house. The area is east of Meacham Avenue, and it's at the northwest corner of Eureka Avenue and B Street. The property is known as Section
That's not it.
35,
These are
Block
just plot
81,
plans.
and it includes tax lots
Those are just plot plans.
29 through 40. The entire area east of Meacham Avenue is residential C zoning. Along Meacham Avenue on the east and west side, the zoning district is business zone, and generally, it's approximately 100 feet on the east and west side in depth. The pattern of development and character of the neighborhood along Meacham Avenue is mixed uses, residential, industrial, commercial, retail, some warehouses. But generally, on the residential interior, east of Meacham Avenue, we have 1- and 2-family residences. The entire property currently has the 2-family situated on the easterly side of the property, fronting to Eureka Avenue. The applicant is looking to maintain that, as council mentioned, on 6,984 square feet. The new house will be on 5,000, what do you have, 5,200 square feet. Majority, if not all of the parcels improved in the area are on non-conforming parcel sizes, and they range as small as the parcel to the west of the subject property that runs from street to street, 26-foot frontage on the north side of B Street. That'll be the parcel immediately to the west, and the house is on A Street, number 1315 A Street. So it's 26 by 80 on A Street, and the rear yard would be the 26 by 80 adjacent to the subject property on the west. You will find the property immediately to the north of the
Those
subject
properties that you just were those are non-conforming properties.
Yes, sir.
This parcel is not a non-conforming.
That is correct.
Okay.
Majority of the properties, again, all the properties would be non-conforming to today's code as they are developed in the
Well,
residential district.
when you, I understand non-conforming to today's code. When you say non-conforming, you know as well as I know what that means. It's a buzzword for us, and that means it was built prior to the 1938.
Ordinance, right.
Yes.
Right.
So
now-
they're non-conforming by virtue of the Board of Appeals action or today's code change?
It's a combined situation here, and I'm going to get into it right now.
Oh,
You
okay,
just got
good.
ahead
I
of me.
thought you would.
He has a list of the ones that did receive variances, both 1- and 2-family dwellings, so.
In fact, anything in this area, if they were going for any kind of construction, expansion, whatever, would require coming to the board for a variance. Side yard, rear yard, front yard, lot area occupied. So, just to begin, the parcels to the north of the subject property, which would be the southwest corner of Eureka and A Street. That house is known as 436 Eureka Avenue. And again, that's the abutting property. The property was approved for a two-family dwelling, new construction, under case 314, under case 314, May 2nd, 1973. That parcel, slightly irregular, contains roughly 7,217 square feet. It is a two-family by permit, variances. You have the property just to the west, abutting the subject property.
When was that two-family variance?
1973.
Thank you.
So the parcel just to the west of the one I just identified is 1211 A Street. It was originally approved, I believe, in the 1980s, but the most recent renewable application, that was a renewable one, two-family, under case 380, May 25th, 2016. That was the last renewal that I found on that parcel.
When you say that, wait, do you mean the approval in 1980 was renewed in 2016?
No, it had been renewed, 5-year renewals. And
Right,
most-
but it wasn't a new approval, it was just renewed again in 2016.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
right.
It was
I
originally
haven't-
granted in the 1980s.
1980.
Right,
And,
but I haven't seen a renewal thereafter, but it has been maintained as a two-family, and I would assume they would need to come back before this board for a renewal, because the 5 years has expanded, but it has been continuously used as a two-family, and that parcel is 5,330 square feet. So what we have here, just in the subject block,
That parcel doesn't look much, that parcel looks bigger than the one that you said is 7,217 square feet?
Yeah, that's the one on the corner, that's the 7,200, and the
Yeah.
one over interior is 5,300.
Hold on, but if I'm looking at this correctly, I don't see how the interior one could be larger unless that piece that says it's vacant, which is lots
that
46.
is tied into the corner.
Hold on, 46 and 47, okay, that was my question. Those go with the corner, the vacant piece?
Yes. And that I included in the
7,000.
But the parcel that I just described, the second one, 1211 A Street, it is same width as what we're proposing a one-family on, and it just has a slightly greater depth at 81 feet, where the subject property has 80 feet. So that's where I got it up to 5,300 square feet.
Oh, so your rationale is, in what looks like a cookie cutter of property at issue before us, there are two families.
Yes.
So, if I may continue, the next block at the northwest corner of Evans Avenue and A Street, it is known as 1312 A Street. That is a two-family dwelling on 6,400 square feet. It was approved to be built and maintained now as a two-family under case 188, March 10th, 1965. Just to the east of the subject property on the south side of New York Avenue, and that would be tax lot 64. You have the corner lot, which is 1287, tax lot 63, but the next one in is number,
Sorry. 64 or 63 you're talking about?
63 is, no, I'm talking about 64. It's the one east of 63.
Got it.
That is known as 1275 New York Avenue. It is a parcel that has 8,320 square feet. That has, by permit, a two-family since 1949 on approximately 80 by 104, 8,320 square feet.
Say that again? I'm sorry, Joe.
That's 8,320 square feet.
Right, I got that part.
Two-family dwelling,
By permit.
but that was a
since
permanent,
1949.
right.
What do you mean by 5 permits?
No variance was required at that time
So it was.
because of how old it is.
So it basically was, it's never been granted a variance? it just
Correct.
But it's a
Came in
two-family.
through legal non-conforming or something?
Yes.
Correct. So what I just described are four two-families with approximately the same size lot areas as what we're proposing to maintain the two-family on the subject application. You'll see that they're all within the 200-foot radius.
I only have 3 down, but you must have done another one that I
Oh,
don't know.
yeah, so it's the, behind us to the north.
Two of them.
It's the corner and the one in.
Right.
Then directly across the street from McCaffrey, the one in.
So 63 that you mentioned earlier? No,
63. No, 64.
I got 64.
64. The fourth one, if you look at behind our property, there's McCaffrey. And,
Right across the street, the northwest
No, I have
corner.
McCaffrey.
okay, and then right across right across A Street, on the corner of Evans and A Street, that
Oh.
one as well.
How many square feet is that one?
Known as 1312, that is 6,400 square feet.
And
And
that
that's-
was an old variance for a two-family as well,
When roughly?
1965. Case number 188.
All right, okay, keep going.
If we, in that same block that we were just talking about, which would be section 32, block 583, just slightly outside the radius, but on the south side of Star Avenue, west of Evans Avenue, and east of Meacham Avenue. Now, that's section 32, block 583. That they came before the board on a property that had 119 feet wide, 91 feet in depth, 10,451 square feet for the entire parcel. Requested a subdivision for a two-family and a one-family. So, at that time, it was granted a two-family on a 66 by 91, 6,006 square feet, and a one-family on a 53 by 91, 4,825 square feet. The street addresses are 1321 and 1325 Star Avenue.
Seems like it has to be.
I believe that in itself is a perfect comp to the subject property in that a two-family and a one-family on less lots for each was approved in 1965 and is part of this community.
Mr. Nelson, just looking at lot, section 32, block 583, the one you're referencing,
Yes,
that looks a lot larger than the 2 parcels you described were granted on it.
Oh, that's not shown on the radius
oh,
map.
no,
It's-
no.
It's
there's
just
no tax-
outside.
Right, that's just outside.
It's
No,
on
no.
the block, it's on that section and block that's shown on the
It's
radius
not
map?
on the south side of Star?
Yes,
Yeah.
but it's all blank there.
Yeah,
They
there's a
didn't give
big
it lot.
giant blank. Are you suggesting those 2 lots take up that whole blank? It
No.
looks like, okay,
No.
it looks
No.
larger than that. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
They
Yes.
just didn't, because it's on the map because it's in that block, but it's outside the 200 feet, so they didn't break down the lots on that one.
Yeah, so 65, 65, 80, and 72. And 49. Okay, keep going.
Now, I have another two-family on the south side of C Street, between Meacham Avenue and Eureka Avenue. And I know you see it all white, but it is on the south side. There are many houses, there are 4 or 5
Right.
houses on the south side. This house is known as 1333 C Street. It's a 52-foot wide lot, 80-foot depth, 4,160 square feet, under case 765, September 10th, 1986, was approved for a two-family house. And that's a 52 by 80, 4,160 square feet. Smaller than what the applicant is seeking today for a single-family house. So, if you look on the radius map, right across the street, B Street, you have number 1321 and 1315. Those are 2 lots, 58 by 58.5 by 80 feet, that came before this board in 1973 to construct 2 one-family homes, and that would be tax lots 125 and 126, that were granted the subdivision and 2 one-family houses on lots 4,680 square feet. The applicant is seeking a one-family house on 5,200 square feet right across the street. Okay, but I think we've demonstrated in the area that, the area character pattern of development has not harmed the community. Property values have continued to appreciate. The area is in demand, and if the applicant has been a good neighbor for many years, he owns the property, is now seeking just to subdivide the property. In fact, that rear portion hasn't been utilized for anything but storage. He's now looking to maintain the two-family on a smaller lot with a 2-car detached garage and construct a single-family home on a larger lot than the majority of the homes, parcel sizes in this area.
Does the two-family that exists have an owner-occupied requirement?
No, it does not have an owner-occupied, and it is a rental property. Both units are rented out. It's an investment property.
What about the proposal? Is it a proposal for an owner-occupied single-family?
Yes, we'll accept the board standard conditions with regard to all of the standard conditions as to the one family, including the owner-occupied, and the remainder of the
No
conditions.
exterior basement
No,
entrance?
it's showing on there, but absolutely, we'll accept no exterior basement entrance. That will come off.
All right, let's keep
So-
going.
And I would just say, there might not have been any other applications more recent on this raised map, because other than one other parcel, I don't think there's any others that are, capable of this subdivision. They don't have these large oversized lots. So that may be part of the reason why you haven't gotten similar applications in recent years on this radius map.
Do you think that the fact that New York State changed their laws in the
1990s?
yes,
From practical difficulty to
yes.
what it is today?
Do you think that had any effect as to why the board granted other two families 50 years ago?
Well, like I said, I don't think there was any land on this radius map that could have been, applied for, other than this property. There were really none others that could have come before here, except for one other, and I don't know if that house is really situated to divide that way without either cutting back the house or taking it down.
Going back to what you just asked, Mr. Pellegrini,
Yes, sir.
back then, practical difficulties and hardship was a harder proof Today, it's area, character, pattern of development, and benefit to the applicant versus the detriment to the community. While I've just demonstrated the surrounding area within the subject property, two families are in demand, and the board has granted, while outside the radius, two-family homes on Meacham Avenue, two-family homes in the Elmont locale. What
In
the
more
applicant
recent
is-
years.
What, in more recent years, since 1992 or whatever it
Sure.
was. But it's a residential development, it's a residential house that's been existing in the area. The fact that you have two families just to the north of the subject property, and a third one block, within 1 block northeast or northwest, demonstrates a two-family maintained on a small lot is not going to be harmful to the surrounding community.
How about one family and a one family?
We have that by right.
Yes.
So all we're asking for is 3 units on 12,000 square feet, even independent of each other, where you got 4 units to the 2 houses to the north of the subject property. So we're not really asking for anything detrimental that'll be harmful or impactful to the surrounding community. 2 families are in demand, they're worth a lot of money. Continuing on that same path, if this was originally built as a 2-family, for him to go in there and do substantial renovations and modifications to convert it back to a 1-family, it can cost him anywhere from, in today's cost, anywhere from $200,000+ to remove plumbing, permits, and walls to make it a 1-family colonial house.
Okay.
So it's beneficial to maintain the 2-family, provide a new 1-family colonial where it's going to be selling for close to $1 million without any detriment to the surrounding community.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Okay. Mr. Minerva, anything else?
That concludes our case, unless there are any questions, or if there's any public, then we reserve the right for rebuttal.
Are there any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on a decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified. Thank you. for coming.
Second?
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we're going to take a 5-minute recess for the next group to get set up,
Okay.
and Stephanie, give you 5 minutes, so we can use the restroom. Here, use yours. 5.
Right, I gotta ask Patrick a question.
Steph, you ready? Just give me a nod. Ready? Next, we have case 752 of 24 Roosevelt, Menage Ramator, waive off-street parking with insufficient maneuvering aisle, convert warehouse to auto repair and retail store, also known as 105 Babylon Turnpike.
I do. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Board. Christian Brown, McLaughlin Stern, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City, for the applicant.
Manager Ramatar, 105 Babylon Turnpike, Roosevelt. Manoj Ramatar, 2882 Brower Avenue, Oceanside, New York, 11572.
All right. Good afternoon. This is an application for a parking variance or parking waiver for property at 105 Babylon Turnpike in Roosevelt. My client is hopefully at the culmination of a 6-year-long saga that he's endured to try to open an auto repair facility in this former warehouse that's been vacant for an extended period of time. He is seeking to open a small auto repair shop therein after an application to the town board, which was initially denied. There was an appeal taken of that special permit denial. The Supreme Court granted our requested relief and essentially ordered the town board to grant the case, which the town board has now done. My client has gone through an extensive process in the building department to try to deal with upgrades and other legalizations to the structure of this property over the course of many years.
6 years.
And is finally now back before you. This is hopefully the last stop, obtaining your approval on the parking so that he can finish up the work inside and in the interior renovations, get his certificate of occupancy. This operation will take place entirely inside the area that you see on your site plan that's called out for the auto repair shop. It's about a 5,000 square foot open floor plan space. In addition to Mr. Ramatar, there are 2 other employees who would work at this site doing auto repair only. There will be no spray booth, no painting, no body work will take place here, and we will accept that as a condition of any grant that this board wishes to give. There is 1 parking spot, as you can see on your site plan. That would be utilized by Mr. Ramatar. The 2 employees have space to park inside the facility.
And will they do that?
Yeah, they will do that.
Why doesn't the
Accept
boss
that as
get
a
to park
condition.
inside?
Well, he's a nice guy. He'll walk in the rain inside. All of the work will take place inside the facility. No cars will be stored outside the facility at any time. No cars, because it's such a large warehouse. Anything that needs to be kept there overnight will be kept inside the warehouse.
Because
Correct,
that
Mr.
really
Ramatar?
does- That really does seem to be the hallmark of these places. They have a great plan, then you drive by them and there's like 6 cars, 7 cars parked on, never ending, some are on, jacks, some are, so other than the owner's parked car or some customer who might show up temporarily to make an appointment, all cars queuing to be repaired and being repaired will be kept inside the facility.
That's correct.
Great.
Have I said anything incorrect, Mr. Ramatar?
No.
You understand the importance of
Everything is-
keeping
yeah.
everything inside?
Everything is indoor.
The
And every job is by appointment.
Eastern Wood Flooring, are they going out?
No, the Eastern Wood Flooring is an existing tenant that's in there and operating. It's in a separate space. My understanding is it's basically a wholesale business that delivers supplies to its customers. It does not have a retail aspect. I know it's
They don't have that spot though that he gets?
No, that's our spot.
What's their parking arrangement?
I don't know that
I
they
mean,
have a
if you
formal,
know,
I don't believe they've ever had a formal parking
No,
arrangement.
they have no parking. They just, she delivers stuff, whatever customers need it.
So nothing on the premises?
Nothing on the property.
Is for her in terms of parking, and whatever else she's got going, she's not parking on the premises?
No.
Okay.
We are adding, formalizing this little parking plan here. This place has operated for years and years with no permits, no plan. This section, Mr. Ramatar's section, was a warehouse, been vacant for, the last number of years, but the flooring place has been operating, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So what is it, does he get tractor-trailer deliveries of wood flooring, or does he store
No,
that there?
no,
What-
he's not that big. It's nothing with
It's
tractor trailer.
before us.
No, that's not before us.
It's,
Well, the whole building is
Yeah.
before you, not their use.
Right.
But the whole building in terms of parking is before you. They're in there now.
I
Well, wait a
understand.
minute, that actually does concern me.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in approving their business without them here. I mean, his business is one thing. The fact that a little piece of the structure is leased elsewhere, I don't actually care about, but I don't want to opine on that.
We're only here for parking. Look, after this was resolved at the town board, there were a tremendous number of discussions, let's say, inside the building department going to get this thing done. There's an easement, as Mr. Pellegrini is aware. There were concerns about the air conditioning units, all sorts of structural concerns. All of that was addressed. And then at the 11th, after we get all the way down the road to finishing it, we were told, oh, and actually, you need to get a parking variance because the building had no parking approval. So,
Right, Mr. Brown, but if we take the square footage of a building.
Right.
And let's say that square footage warrants 40 spots. And
Right.
someone comes in and says, we have one, then we grant that, we grant a 39th spot. And then the next one comes in and says, oh, well, we require 100, but we already got a 39 grant. So we don't want to, I'm not looking to bring them into the mix, but I also
understand.
don't want to grant a variance for that portion of that property. Do you understand? I'm like,
I do.
Whatever his needs are, well, and I guess we can do it. His needs are 14, right? So if we grant his application, we grant 14.
yes, I think the 14 is calculated on the entire square footage of the building, but I can defer to the building department on
4
that.
employees, but we only have 3, right?
We have a total of 3. I think this is all per the code.
3,700 square feet by 500, 8 spaces.
That's us. That's the.
Right. Oh, the flooring people are 6.
Right.
So we could just grant his.
Well,
It's not
yeah, I
sounding
mean.
desirable to you, is it?
No, I don't, honestly, we're not concerned about the flooring. Obviously, it's one building that's demised inside. That's why they're looking at it this way. The flooring business has been in there and has been operating
Been there for the last 10 years.
for about 10 or 15 years. So as happens from time to time, we're sort of carrying the burden of legalizing the parking for the building. We don't own the building.
Well, you rent the building.
He's a
lease
tenant.
it.
And I have no problem with carrying the burden. I'm saying that the flooring guy has been in there for about 15 years, operating. He's operating now.
Yes.
Mr. Brown, I'm looking
Yeah.
at Google.
Yeah.
Are all of those vehicles there? Looks like a junk place,
I don't know. We're not operating there.
but you're going to be.
Are there vehicles there?
He hopes.
No, there is no vehicle there at this
You're
moment.
telling me that there's no vehicles on this property whatsoever?
Right now, no.
There's the ice guy next door has trucks parked on.
He means there's none for his business.
But it's an easement that from what I heard from the owner.
There is
He
an
parks.
easement that allows access over this property to the neighboring property.
I spoke to the ice man. I was there yesterday. I don't know his name, that ice company.
Right.
And I just asked him, I said, is this your application for the parking? He said, no, that's the building over there. I said, where are you going to park your trucks? He said, I have an easement to allow me to park the trucks.
Where?
Here.
It's shown on the property. There is an easement on the property that allows him access. I don't know how the Iceman uses that easement.
This is this. This is this building.
The easement is shown on the site plan.
Okay, 1 second, please. These 2 trucks belong to this ice company, which is,
Wait, I'm looking, oh, there's the driveway easement,
Correct.
but that doesn't show, so right now, the Google map at least is showing trucks parked where the lot imagines his spot will be.
Yeah, well, again, nobody has been in this building for years. How that neighbor is, what he's doing there, I don't know. He does have the right to access it. I don't know if he has a parking easement. He certainly does not have easement rights outside of where the easement is delineated.
Does this
Yeah,
jet,
I
is
didn't
his
look at this crap,
business
'cause I thought it
operated
was
out of a
just
different
this.
structure on a different piece of property?
Correct.
this is
He is the neighboring property.
Do you imagine that if,
Right.
have you seen where these trucks
That's
park,
this.
where his parking is?
A long time ago.
Okay, so that could be old, but do you believe
Joe
that
was just
your
there.
client?
It's not old.
Hold on.
No.
Do you believe that your client has the authority to control the spot that's designated here as his
Yes.
parking spot?
We
So if
s-
there were a truck parked there, your client has the right to say, no can do, move the truck. That's your
Correct.
parking spot. Okay.
We spent an inordinate amount of time trying to delineate the meets and bounds of that easement. What you see on here is the product of a lot of research that was done to call out the easement. It shows where it is. It's an access easement
Right,
to
what
get to
though?
the neighboring property where the
Okay.
ice guy has his
There's
stuff.
there's no
I see.
wallway or anything to the, there's no way to get to the
Oh, I see.
ice guy through that easement. He has to walk through the parking lot. He just uses it for storage of cars.
That's what he may be doing, but the easement is supposed to be so somebody could come in and get over to the property line. That's
Mr.
what.
Brown, can you come up here for a
Yeah.
second? Just, I want to put this to bed. I think we can do so. Because there's too much time we're spending on this. So the driveway easement is shown basically like here. And this is the Iceman cometh right here? Yeah. Okay, so you're saying, see these trucks? If your client went to his business today, he can say, no, you can use that, you think it's the driveway to go down here.
That's.
You're imagining
That's
it's
what
a
I
driveway
believe, yes.
easement to come here.
I
But
believe it. I don't believe, I don't know, because I don't even know if it exists anymore. I don't know that there were rights given to park there. I don't.
so far as what you've seen, there's not. Because
don't
I can
know
see
that-
how that's a driveway easement to go down here. It's a driveway.
This parking spot is outside the limits of where the easement runs.
Well, yeah, because right now, that parking spot's shown like right about here, and there's all this junk here. So you're confident that at least this space,
Wait, Mark's got,
you can throw
Scott
them
show
off?
us.
Yes,
Yeah.
outside
This is
You
the
think it's a
wood
driveway
store,
easement like that, which
flooring,
makes
that's
sense.
his
Come up here,
building.
you turn in and go down there.
This is the easement. This is the ice guy. This is the ice guy. That's the ice guy's trucks.
Yeah, but
Does the easement go up the driveway?
that's right, that's what it is. It's an easement coming in like this and going down here. Mr. Brown is confident. By the way, if we approve it with that parking spot and that turns out not to be able to happen, we'll have to be back here taking a look at
They
it.
wouldn't let us put this on until we showed where.
Right, I get it. But like, we don't have to get wrapped around the
Who's the
axle.
easement
on
for?
that. It's to come in here and drive down that driveway. That's a
Of course,
drive,
yeah,
just
with
because
all
the
this-
guy's got,
with
well,
all
just
this
because he
junk is.
filled it full of junk now. How old was the easement?
Oh, it goes way back.
Yeah. Of course it wasn't. It's an easement to go across. It makes perfect sense. That's a standard. Oh, sorry. All right. Let the record reflect that Mr. Brown has just further explained to the board his understanding of the easement based on lots of hours of inquiry with amongst Mr. Brown and other members of the building department. It appears to be a driveway easement to traverse the subject parcel and move on to the large driveway of the adjacent building. Mr. Brown is confident, based on the review he's done and other members of the building department, that in fact the parking spot shown and called out on the site plan is a parking spot that he not only has access to, but has the right to maintain separate of the easement?
That's-
Okay.
That's correct. As I said, a lot of research went into showing the meets and bounds of the easement. We were not allowed to move forward until we had delineated the easement and shown that the parking spot that we're proposing, which is new, this building is decades old, it's never had any formal parking. So we're
And-
putting a formal parking spot in.
And I just noticed it's called out for a chain link fence to further curtail that the driveway easement goes there and down. It doesn't move on to the subject property. I see it here.
Yes, it benefits the neighboring parcel. It has really nothing to do with our operations. We just share that driveway. So,
Yeah, but the chain link fence is helpful.
Yes.
Because it sections off the subject property.
Yes.
To further indicate it's the driveway, and
That's-
he can't, I mean, what you see on Google is literally the whole lot is being used as
Yes.
storage for the the adjacent property.
because again, as you know, the properties very closely abut each other. This warehouse has been vacant for many, many years, so the things have accumulated over time. And Mr. Ramatar didn't start operating one iota without the town's permission, so over the years, this has simply accumulated.
Where, I hate to go back on it, but it's part of the application, the flooring place, how does that operate, do you know?
Mr. Ramatar can describe it to you from his, you know the flooring people, correct?
Yeah.
And you've observed how they operate?
And what is that? How do they, can I go there and buy wood floor?
They sell like small amount of wood flooring and convenient stuff like polish stuff, not like heavy stuff that you get from Home Depot.
But contractually, they have no right to use your parking area right there.
No, well, what they do, they take orders from contractors and whoever buys supplies from them, and
Right,
they
but-
deliver it to them. They
Mr.
deliver
Brown,
it.
you know my question.
Yes, no, this spot goes with our part of the building. They cannot use it. What I believe the testimony is that these are basically wholesalers that deliver supplies to contractors.
Right, but I'm less concerned, as long as I know what we're analyzing for this business is
Yes,
contractually,
yes, that's our spot. We're proposing one spot outside. The 2 employees will park inside. All customers that come there are coming by appointment. Mr. Ramatar's business provides, one of the men actually will pick up and drop off vehicles so the customer doesn't have to come. But everything's by appointment. Nobody is parking and sitting there. It's a pickup drop-off operation for the cars. 3 guys, 8 to 5, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday to Friday, no work on the weekends, repairs only. There will be no spray booth. There will be no storage of cars at all outside, and everybody will come by appointment.
Mr. Brown,
It's a light manufacturing zone, I should add as
I
well.
realize that, but again, I'm harping on the wood store. They're gonna get tractor-trailer deliveries, and how are they gonna do that? Block up Nassau Road, Babylon, they're gonna block Babylon Turnpike?
I don't
That's
know
not
what,
his fault.
but they've been there for at least 10 years operating already in that
And maybe
space.
they pull into the parking lot where your client
how
wants to
can they?
go.
The
They
ice
can't go
man's
in there.
And they're putting up, did you see, they're putting up a chain link fence? Okay, can we do this? If you have nothing further to add right this
No, I have a
time?
question.
Okay, and then we'll hear from others who signed up.
There are vehicles parked in those 2 triangles. Whose are they?
The ones that are there now,
Yes.
I believe they're from the ice guy next door, principally, is that correct?
So there's a
Yes.
boat?
But in the wood flooring place,
They're not ours, I don't know. I don't know.
No, I understand. He doesn't, until he's there and can operate.
I am not,
Yeah, but
it's
there's
not
not supposed to be
operating.
storage anyway.
Right.
Pardon me?
We're not,
Supposed to be outside storage.
But he's leasing this section. As long as we can protect his section, I mean,
we're a tenant, we're not there. I don't know what, is going on now. As I said, this has been vacant for years, so people are
make them put a fence
storing
there.
things they shouldn't be there.
Trying to get an application.
Right, the whole point of us coming in is that those things will go away, so it can operate as a legitimate
Okay.
business.
His property
No, this
for
is
the wood,
his.
this is for the wood guy.
Yeah,
You can't
okay, you
discount
can-
the wood guy.
No, fine, have him put a little fence there. He has one here.
And then the wood guy's out of business, he can't get deliveries.
Well, he can get whatever he gets now.
We don't know how he's getting it.
Right. Probably doing it on the turnpike.
I don't know, and he's not here to tell
Well,
us
there's
how
a
to do
curb,
it.
there's a curb cut, yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's no tractor trailers, Mr. Ramatar is pointing out that, as
does
far
he
as
get-
we know, that come to the flooring place.
How does he get warehouse to floors?
I have no idea.
Well, I think it's very pertinent, quite honestly.
So would it, if there's no other questions at this time, then we can hear from the other folks who signed in. I know there's at least one person who needs to leave early, Mr. Brown, and
Sure.
if there's nothing else at this time, then
No, I think
we
you
can have
ha-
a chance after.
Sure, sure.
Okay, so there are 3 people, I believe, who signed in and would like to be heard on the matter. So I'm just going to start with, Ifenyi, I apologize, I'm not even sure I'm reading the letters right. Ifeanyi? Okay, thank you. Go ahead and step up here to the podium.
I do. My name is Ifeanyi Alikio, 7 East Centennial, Roosevelt, New York, 11575.
Tell us what you would like us to know.
I'm here, I'm a mom of 4 little kids, one being an autistic child, and it's very frustrating. I'm a nurse, I work nights, and I actually took today off, so I would be here, because it's very frustrating. The whole neighborhood, I can't even explain what goes on. The school buses can't even pass around the Centennial Avenue. I don't know what's going on. I'm just frustrated at this point with the whole business. There's a store around the house. Parking is ridiculous. Sometimes they block the drive,
Who they?
the customers.
Well, he doesn't have a business right now. What, you mean the customers
I
at
feel
the
like with this-
adjacent business, or?
With the business on the block, on my street, there's a business on my block on Centennial, Javar, what's the name of the company? Is a tire shop.
Okay, on Centennial, okay, I
On
found.
Centennial. There's a tire shop there.
Okay,
And just so we're on the same page, I'm not trying to block nobody's business from
Sure.
going on.
Sure.
It's just the capacity of what's going on in the neighborhood. The parking, the school buses comes, they have no way to come through because there's no parking spots. They have to go to the other side of the block for me to bring my kids, walk them to the other side of the block for them to pick them up. Sometimes, even to the point that they will block the driveways. You have the what do you call those truck? The
box truck or the
that
tractor
picks-
trailer?
The trailers, they block the whole street. It's very frustrating. And when I got this mail, I said to myself, I don't even know where this business is coming from, but this has to stop. I always call the county. I'm always reporting this issue to the point that the cops had to be involved with all this stuff going on.
That's smart.
Yeah, I had to get the cops involved. We've reported this time without number, so it's very frustrating.
Is the tire shop on your street?
The tire shop is on right across from my street.
Is it called Honest Enterprise?
Excuse me?
Is it right across the street from your house?
Yeah, right across. I'm right opposite direction from my house.
Okay.
So I just feel like with all this business coming into, it's just gonna hurt. It's very
Yeah.
frustrating.
This gentleman wants to operate not on your street, next street down. Has a large building and he wants to repair cars, him and 2 others. And every single vehicle that is in there for repair will be inside. He's going to park his car on the lot, but he has made arrangements that no one will be parking on your street. I know that doesn't fix the problem because it's so overwhelming now with,
As I'm speaking to you, I had to take pictures of like what's going on. There's cars that has been parked on my street for like over 3 weeks. that is being parked there, cars parked.
That's exactly what he was telling us he's not going to do, because we see that a lot, and that's a big concern of ours. Okay, is there anything else you would
No,
like?
that's just my biggest concern. And
I appreciate it.
Thank you, and this is very stressful as a mom. It's very, very stressful. Sometimes I feel like I'm going to break down or just move out of New York, because the neighborhood was very peaceful, and then now it's just, I can't even explain what's going on right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, honey. All right, next we have, let's see, Charles Johnson. Maybe he's no longer here. How about Joanne Sanders, or, yes, Sanders?
I do. Joanne Sanders, 17 East Centennial Avenue, Roosevelt, New York. I've been a resident in this home since 1980.
1980.
All right, so I've been there a long time. Where this gentleman wants to open his business, he's saying he's going to have his one vehicle inside. It's not going to be cost effective to be doing one vehicle.
No, he
He'll
has
say
more,
one-
but they'll be inside the building.
Inside. There's cars parked out in front of that building now from the business, which is called, I think is Jivey Tire, Wheel and Tire. They open with the classification of car repair.
Wait, where is this? that you're
That's
talking-
95 Babylon Turnpike, which is right next to it. You've got 95 Babylon Turnpike, and right next to it is 105, which is where this gentleman wants to go.
Hold on, are you familiar with this tire place?
The
Can
tire
you just help
place-
me out?
Yeah, the tire place is right next to my building, end
Oh,
of the
that's
block.
we're back to the Honest Enterprise,
That's what
same
the-
one.
That's what the miss was saying about with the parking spot, whatever it is, that's yes. But my operation will be indoor, not outdoor.
Right.
How many vehicles can you fit indoor?
In my building?
Yeah,
Probably 15, 20 built cars.
really?
Yes.
The
It's
thing is,
deep
if
in
they
there.
open the business for one thing, then they operate different. Javi's classification is auto repair. However, on their premises, if you went their location the other day, you see there's 500 tires in the yard.
Yeah.
There's about 500 tires in the yard, but he's operating as a car repair. So you got 500 tires. I called the
is he
town.
allowed to
I
store all
called the
those
fire
tires there?
marshals. I'm tired of talking to the town. I'm tired of writing to the town because I get no results. I look out of my window and there's 500 tires sitting in the yard.
Did you called who about Honest Enterprises, Inc., the tire place?
Called who?
Who did you call?
I called the town of Hempstead, and when they answer the phone, you have no names. I called the fire marshal.
What is it called?
It's called JAVI, Tire and Wheel. 95 Babylon Turnpike, and there's like 500 tires in that
We
yard.
see it on the Google Earth that,
Becky,
Yeah. And when they have a truck that comes in for pickup, the school buses can't get through. We've got kids going to schools, because we have 3 schools. We have Washington Rose, Roosevelt Senior High, Roosevelt Junior High. There's a daycare down Babylon Turnpike in the summer. The kids go to the pool park. But there's so much traffic with kids coming through there, and the congestion on the street. When I left to come here today at 1 o'clock, Javi, they had 5 cars on the street doing repairs right there on the street. No registrations, no license plate. I've gone to the first precinct. I've called the first precinct. They'll come down and look, and you turn around and look. You got cars sitting there, but not even registered. They're not even inspected, but they're taking up parking spaces. Sometimes the school buses can't even get through the block. And they work they're 7 days a week. You can't even get a break on a Sunday. On the Sunday, I gotta go around back just to get out of the street. When I try to go to the west side, I don't go to the west side. You've got so much traffic coming east that there's so much congestion on that corner, you can't even turn. So to avoid an accident and my safety, I go all the way back, to go all the way around just to get to the east side when I should be able to go right through.
when you called the town, what happened then?
We'll get somebody out there.
Pardon me?
They'll get somebody out there. I haven't seen anyone. Because you tell me how 500 tires are sitting in the yard and they're still there today. The yard is filled with tires. If
Call
there's
the
a fire, what will happen?
call Nassau County Department of Health.
Who?
health department.
Oh, I called the fire
No,
marshal.
we'll call the health department, because
Okay.
the tires collect water in the bottom of them, as you know, and it grows mosquitoes.
Not
which
to
the-
mention rodents. I
With the
mean,
health department might be interested in taking action on that.
Now, this gentleman wants to open his business, okay? He's right next to 95.
Yes.
He's got 95, 105.
Yes.
95 got cars parked in front of 105 for repairs or coming to get estimates or whatever. So you still have, and then if somebody's coming to his establishment to get an estimate, where are they gonna park? I mean, you know, the parking is horrible. You've got that corner right there. That's not much parking there. The whole area is horrible, the entire area. You can't even turn it, the crossing guard can barely find a place to park to get the kids across the street. We were here 2 years ago for 95 because of the parking and what they want to do there. It's like the whole
Wait.
area's going to the dogs.
Wait, 95 was before us 2 years ago?
Yes. We were over in the other building. We're here with 95.
Good, we can follow up with them.
I may have the year wrong, but I was here before 95. I may not have the exact date
Now
or
look-
year.
you look
'cause,
familiar.
We
But
can-
it was 95.
We should look into this.
I think it's horrible what's going on in this area. I mean, it has to stop. I don't want it, like she said, I don't want to stop anyone from getting their business established, but if it's infringing on me and my livelihood.
I mean, unfortunately, he's not to blame for that.
No, I'm
I
not-
know, I
I'm not
understand, but
not
I
against
am
it.
really outraged.
I'm
And
just
we're
fed
gonna,
up.
we're gonna see about looking, especially if
Okay.
they were before us.
You know, because the parking's so bad, I had back injury. I had to get some back surgery, all right? I had to get right to the town to get a sign put on front of the property that I can go to the doctors and the grocery store and have somewhere to park. Because Jarvis, they've got people parking everywhere.
It's just not just parking, though. There's the health issues and all the rest of it with the tires. There's not just
Unlicensed
parking
vehicles,
and assigned,
unregistered, not inspected.
there's not just parking in parking spots. Sounds like they're queuing on the street, they're doing,
Right.
so we're gonna look into that
And
as
the
a
double
separate matter.
parking, it's a mess. And
Yeah,
then I
well-
even wrote to the town, because it's so much congestion there, I asked, can we make it a one-way? Well, I have to go through the neighborhood. I'm not gonna knock on somebody's freaking door, and I have to get 98% of signatures. I'm not doing that. There's people, I don't know who they are. There's some houses, people moving in and out every 5 minutes. You think I'm knocking on that door? No. I had to go to the precinct because people were blocking my driveway, coming to do pickups. You know, they stop them. No, I'm not going on nobody's.
We're gonna
nobody's
look
door.
into that, especially if they've come here for approval, because we have some recourse available to us.
Right, but you know, the parking there is really, it's absolutely
It's more than
horrible.
parking that's a
You
problem.
cannot get through that street.
Yeah, but that's,
And they double
that's,
park too.
it's more than a parking issue then.
Yes, I mean, and I asked, can we make it a one-way? Maybe that would help with it, you know, because there's one traffic light, it's a short block.
I think we
People
need to get
flying
people-
through Trying to make the light.
I think, well, we're gonna look into it.
Or put
I
speed
appreciate you
bumps
bringing
or
it to our
something.
attention.
All right, you know, like I said, I don't want to take the thing away from anyone's livelihood.
Right.
But you have to take into account, you say one thing.
You've reached a
and then
breaking
you-
point in
you
that
turn and look,
neighborhood.
You got 6 cars up in there, then somebody's on the street, then we're right back, we got Jarvie here, who's a quote-unquote repair with a yard full of tires and everybody's double parked. And what we're gonna have, a whole daggone parking lot? You're running the homeowners out.
We're gonna look into
Paying
it.
taxes for what? And then no one's listening, no one's listening.
We agree.
All right, you know.
Thank you for
I'm
bringing it to
fed
our
up.
attention. We're gonna look into
I
it.
appreciate you taking the time to listen to me.
No
Been here
problem.
a long time today.
I,
Great holiday,
thank you for
and I'm out.
patiently waiting, and we really appreciate the input. We're gonna look into it. Okay, so I think I've called everyone who had signed in. Joe.
Okay.
Oh, there's another, did I already call you? No. Were you signed in? I came through the gate and no one told me to sign in. No worries.
I do. Thomas Susko, 1085 Central Avenue, South Hempstead. I'm in South Hempstead. I am one of the distributors that have been purchasing ice from South Shore for the last 32 years or plus.
Okay, this
So-
is the business that we're
Yes.
wondering about the easement that seems to have cars parked on the subject property.
Right, that, you have a letter from the attorney, right? I'm not, you spoke to Mitch yesterday.
Whoa,
Alan,
slow down, slow down. We have a letter from what attorney?
from the attorney,
What's the attorney's
Huh?
name?
Kathy Lynch.
Hold on, here's something that says it's from, well, we'll just assume we can find whatever's here after you're done. Go ahead and testify.
Right. I'm not here to say the easement, who's right, who's wrong.
Right.
I've been there for 32 years, like these young ladies here that have been in the neighborhood. The neighborhood is changing right now. It's not for the best, not for the worst, but what you guys in the town of Hempstead, building that brand-new park over there, it's gonna be very, very busy. And the traffic that's there now, without the park open, because the park's closed right now. And you also have the pool up the block, you have Camp Coleman down the block, that Babylon Turnpike is like Sunrise Highway.
Sir, pardon my ignorance. I'm looking at the map. I can't find where the park is. I see the town housing authority. We got the county land.
Park is right across the street from Javi's on Centennial that you guys
Huh,
are
that says
redoing.
Naomi Temple Zion Church.
No, that's the other corner.
Okay, so there's the county of Nassau, or kitty corner is the town of Hempstead Housing Authority. Is it catty corner? Whatever you want.
It's the park right on Centennial and Babylon, right there.
Is it diagonal across from Javi? Does anyone know?
Right across the street.
There it is.
You're redoing the whole park. It was closed this whole summer.
I just want to know, are you saying it's diagonal from Javi?
If you are looking at Javi's, if you're going north on Babylon Turnpike, it is on the left-hand side on the corner of Centennial.
Nobody else.
Okay, so anyway, go ahead.
So that park is closed right now. And that
Okay, so
park
it's
is
this
going to be beautiful when it opens, and I expect it to be very busy. And the way the traffic is over there, amongst the parking that the ladies have brought up, it is a nightmare. You also have right across from this parking lot and this area where they're gonna have no on, the whole street is blocked with cars, and you have the 5 corners there. I guarantee there's hundreds of accidents that don't get reported. It's a very dangerous corner there to have anybody have more traffic coming in. So,
Your relationship to Farina Enterprise,
I am a distributor. I purchase ice from there. I'm a wholesale distributor. that
okay,
purchases
okay,
ice.
gotcha.
I will not elaborate for Mitch. Alan Farina was the original owner. Alan passed away about a year and a half ago. South Shore has been there as South Shore since 1988.
The ice?
Yes. I can't, I'm getting old, you know, a lot older than a lot of you guys up there. Yeah, there you go. Let's put it this way, say, I think it was like Feldis Nursery was up in Hempstead. Now, there was a knick-knack shop that owned that warehouse. He's been there, I knew the guy, we used to unload his trailers for him when he had the trailers back into that parking lot. We would help him unload his truck so he could get his merchandise into that parking lot. There was an easement, they say, everything that's there is on the stuff that the lawyer had given you about the driveway and the easement. I just find it funny that someone that's coming here knows nothing about a boat on the property, knows nothing about the other materials on the property. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I would usually have my homework done before I come here.
The boat that Ms. Adams referred to was not in this, it was around the corner?
No, there's a boat.
Let me ask
There's
you-
a boat next to the trucks.
Yeah,
and
that's
there's
a different
boats,
one. I
and
saw
there's
that.
boats on the other side and other materials next to the lady who runs the
Well, let me
store.
ask you, do you know anything about the boat? Does that belong to the ice guy, if you know?
That belongs all to the person who owns that property.
So none of those trucks that we saw,
The 2 trucks belong to the ice company.
Okay, then that were parked on
And
the
they've
subject
been parked
property.
there, because if you look at the letter that.
Wait,
the
wait, let
lawyer-
me just, I want to make sure she can take it on, we can't both talk
Right.
at the same time. So the trucks that we're seeing, I think they're white and blue, on the subject property, do you know if those belong to the ice guy?
Yes.
But the boat next to them, not the other boat, the boat or, I can't even say it's a boat,
The
there's
boat-
something,
It's a boat next to it. It's a boat. It's been
those
there-
don't belong to the ice guy?
No.
So if they belong to the building owner, I'm assuming, Mr. Brown, they will be removed if this is approved? Because your
Well, I
client's
should
got-
hope so. I mean, we haven't done our homework,
wouldn't
but
that be part
let
of-
me just, let me just
Wouldn't that be
illuminate.
part of your agreement, that if you take
Yeah,
possession?
maybe if the place has been vacant for decades, there's a lot of stuff that accumulates. And if this gentleman is actually able to open his small business after waiting for 6 years to do so, we'll be happy to remove the boat. And we
Well,
will
it's-
respect the rights that anybody has to park or to cross over the property. It really has nothing to do with this application.
Understood. I just meant you have a contractual right.
Yes.
If this is approved, and you could then have whoever owns it, maybe it is the owner who's keeping it there until this is finished
Absolutely.
up. But
Correct.
then- And you also have a contractual right to have the ice guy move his
Correct.
trucks.
If
to
the Iceman has the right to park trucks, then he has the right to park trucks. If he doesn't, then, and they're impeding Mr. Ramatar's business, then we'll ask him to move them.
Well, they actually appear to be, if you look at Google and reconcile it with the site plan, it looks to me, I could be wrong, that those trucks are within what's on this site plan as the area that will be enclosed with the new fence.
I believe so. I've never been contacted by any lawyer. I don't know what the Iceman's claims of his easement rights are. I have no idea. All I know is this is a warehouse in the light manufacturing district. Only by quirk of the town of Hempstead building zone ordinance are we even here. You could store materials in here, you could drive tractor trailers in here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with no need for any kind of permission. It's a light manufacturing zone warehouse. This, you understand? I don't mean to be curt. I just feel sorry for this situation. This has been trying to open a small business for 3 years. I'm completely sympathetic to the 6 years.
6 years, sorry.
The neighbors are tired of the tires, and I totally agree with that. But of course, that has nothing to do with Mr. Ramatar's business. I totally agree.
Absolutely.
So, the tile lady and the flooring lady does get deliveries in, and she uses that parking lot when they do get the deliveries in. The tile lady and the flooring, so, she gets her deliveries dropped off there. In that parking lot.
Okay.
They usually, right, so that would stop it, which is fine. There also, all that stuff on the side of the building next to her, and she always, since I've been there, someone's always parked their car in there. I don't know if that was the agreement with the owner of the property. She's always had a parking spot there.
No,
No.
that's on her side.
No, I pick up ice there. I'm a wholesale distributor. I'm a customer for
But-
32 years. Yes, and I just think that like the lady said, it is a very dangerous intersection on that corner. And by having no access to that, the Babylon Turnpike, and having no access to that, there's a lot of problems over there. Of course, if you look at...
What do you mean having no access?
Well, they're saying that the easement and the driveway and all of that, it's on the plans and the survey that we have.
Right,
So you will see the survey and the easement.
right. The easement appears to be the right to pull into the curb cut, eastbound, and traverse down that long driveway in front of the Iceman. We're calling the Iceman buildings, but that won't change, I don't believe, with the application. So when you say no access, I wasn't following.
If they put the fence up, there won't be access to make that turn.
Well, the fence, as I'm seeing it on the site plan, wouldn't change the driveway. Like the driveway goes like this, it would only change that the Iceman, if those are his trucks, couldn't go over there and put his trucks on the property where his parking spot's supposed to be. But it's still come through the curb cut, pull down the driveway, Iceman buildings.
Right.
That's
But
how
the
I'm seeing it on the drawing.
The easement and the Iceman's property, most cars are over X amount of feet, right? So
It appears
that
to be
would
wide enough.
That would be the Iceman's property still.
It appears that the easement is to, Mr. Brown?
No, as I'm saying, there are two pieces of property. Both are allowed to be utilized.
The curb cut.
Yes, and both the ice business and the warehouse can both be utilized. You can't, just because there's an easement doesn't mean that, you're not allowed to drive into the warehouse.
Understood.
The easement has nothing to do with this application. We're
That's
not
what I
going
was
to
trying
park in it.
clarify.
We're not looking to cut off anybody's rights. Whatever the rights that the easement grants to the property owner are going to be respected and held intact.
Right.
Period.
Yeah, I was just clarifying that.
Yes,
I'm not hearing where the access is being eliminated.
We're not eliminating anybody's access to anything. We're just going to operate a small auto body shop inside this warehouse. That's
Not
it.
an auto body shop.
Not an auto
I'm
body.
sorry, an auto repair shop.
Come on, Chris.
That's an
And
auto
also,
repair shop.
The fire exit for that building for us is in the side of the building, which is adjacent to their building.
Wait.
which is
Fire exit for what building?
Fire exit from the ice plant.
For the building closest to the subject property.
Right. His property, the owner's property, the one he's leasing. We would need access to get out of that. You can't put a fence up there.
Well, they'll put a fence up wherever they're legally allowed to.
Right.
But I don't know what the space is between the buildings. It doesn't look like much, but at any rate, I imagine if there's a fire, they're not going to preclude you from exiting out.
Again, if there's any kind of issue with access or ensuring that
Emergency.
People are able to pass reasonably onto the neighboring parcel, I'm sure that Mr. Ramatar and the owner of the building, to the extent he's impacted, will work that out. As I said, has nothing to do with our operations. We're not looking to cut off anybody's
Got
right
it.
of access. We'll be happy to accommodate any reasonable
I think we're
request.
belaboring this now,
Right,
so-
just like the 500 tires that are in the lot over at Javi's, that the permit wasn't given, but now you have that problem. and
Well, now we're going to look into it. This is
now
first
you-
we're hearing of
right,
it.
But it's not a year. It's been
But I'm not
multiple
sure what-
years that these ladies.
Right, but
But
the
my
analogy
big thing
escapes
is-
me.
My
But
big thing is just to say is that the traffic and everything there to pull in and out of that area is very dangerous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so, Mr. Brown, we've heard from everyone who's signed
Yes.
in. Let's, okay,
No,
let's see here. We have a couple,
Great.
let me see, if it's stuff that's already been covered, we're not going to go over it again. I have, this
No,
will
no,
be the
I understand.
Does somebody have an auto body shop across the street? Or is this Javi talking? It says, "I live around the corner. My family has owned our property since '52. We have an auto body shop across the street. During the day, it's very congested, double parking, a mess. You have to peep around the corner while turning. Hope you don't have a head-on crash. Oh, we don't need another auto body shop right next door. Javi Tires and Wheels is located at 95, right next door. We don't need this," etc.
And I would just add, this is exactly the type of testimony that was put in the record in the previous hearing at the town board that was disregarded by the Supreme Court.
Well, I think it's not relevant.
Because it's irrelevant. Again, this is a warehouse. You could drive tractor trailers in here 24 hours a day. It's been like this for decades. What we're doing is we're trying to clean it up, put some parking in, and have a small business run inside it. That's it. I don't,
And then we have,
I understand the concerns, but, and I
No, no.
understand that there are issues in the neighborhood, and certainly the tire shop came and opposed the application at the town board.
Mr. Brown, I'm only bringing it up so you have an opportunity to respond, so I just want to glance over. There's a
Sure.
long one here that I just want to summarize. It appears to be from what we're calling the Iceman, maybe? Farina Enterprise Corp. owns the property known as, at New York. We have owned such property since '88. The applicant apparently owns the property at 105, that's the subject property. They want a new business, but they have serious concerns. Let me just see if I can they mentioned the easement, which we beat to death. Let's see. All right, I don't think there's anything here that's new, so I'm not gonna bother.
Okay.
If you're okay with that.
No, I am.
It's
I
just
don't
simply
want
about the easement.
to belabor it either. I think
we beat a dead horse.
you have our case. Everything I've outlined, we would live with as conditions about the limitation on employees, parking, putting everything inside, and I think it's a good application in a congested area. It doesn't generate any retail parking. It's not tractor trailers, as I said, that could come here lawfully without any permission from any board. So after this whole saga, I would ask you to grant the case, subject to the conditions we outlined.
Right, and we'll get some people on the other stuff. We're gonna look into that.
Thank you,
All right,
yes.
are there any other questions from the board? If not, is there a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on a decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Everyone who signed in is
appreciate
gonna get a
that.
copy of the decision if you folks are still here.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. Sorry it
Happy
went late.
holidays.
Oh, all in favor? Sorry, thank you.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
if you would compose proposed conditions.
I would be happy to do that.
And submit them to council.
I would be happy to do that. Merry Christmas and happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, happy holidays, Mr. Brown.
He is with the church.
Next, we have case 75324, West Hempstead, Iconic Real Estate Holdings LLC. Special exception to use part of premises for proposed religious use, construct additions attached to the building, special exception for place of public assembly and amusement, proposed catering and cabaret, variance in off-street parking, demolish adjacent building, also known as 103 through 129 Woodfield Road.
What's that? Yes, okay. It's been a while, yes. How are you?
Not,
Oh, I can stand up too? Oh, attorneys were at. Yes. Yes. Sorry about that.
just wait a second, Mr. Guardino, because we had two people step off real quick, so we don't have a quorum. Just give us a second. They'll be right back.
It's been a while, everybody, okay?
I definitely want us to look into that job. He's fucking tired.
Right.
All right, you can, we're getting the papers out, and we've got a quorum now.
Great.
I think, let me see.
I think so.
Yeah, we've got a quorum.
Yeah, yeah. Quick.
Muchas gracias. Phew, I was glad it was that one. Not my coffee.
I don't think that's that busy.
All right, no, one on post. All right, Mr. Guardino, the ground running here.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board. Anthony Guardino, law firm of Farrell Fritz, Hopog, New York, representing Iconic Real Estate Holdings. Iconic is before you today seeking two special exceptions, one to operate a religious use, kosher catering facility, and an event venue. And that's from within a building located at 103-129 Woodfield Road in West Hempstead. The second special exception is for a place of public assembly and amusement. That's a kosher catering facility
Say
and
that
cabaret.
again?
Yes.
Say the last part, I couldn't hear.
The second one is for a place of public assembly and amusement. So that's the second special exception. And that is, again, the kosher catering facility and cabaret. And then the last form of relief is a variance from off-street parking.
Okay, go ahead and get started.
Okay, so I have with me Barry Nelson, a licensed real estate appraiser, Sean Mulryan, professional traffic engineer. To my right is Jeremy Lederer, who's a principal of Iconic, and he's here to answer any questions the board may have. The property I think you're familiar with is about 2 1/3 acres, located on the east side of Woodfield Road, south of the intersection with Hempstead Avenue in West Hempstead. Currently improved with two buildings, one retail building that began its life as an A&P, so it's been around a while, and was last used as Western Beef Supermarket. And the other building is building that has several tenants in it. It's a retail stores. So the former supermarket building is about a little less than 25,000 square feet in size. The retail building is about 10,000 or 9,000 square feet in size. The total building area of both buildings is about 33,500 square feet. Both buildings are currently vacant. They are deteriorating. They've been in poor condition for the last 5 to 10 years. The property has about a little more than 100 linear feet of frontage and 2 curb cuts on Woodfield Road. And the area is characterized by a mix of uses, some commercial, some office, retail, residential. So to the north on Woodfield Road, you have or on Woodfield Road, you have the large Cube Smart self-storage. To the south, you have a medical office building, and then a laundromat, and then several single-family homes. To the east are the tracks of the railroad, the West Hempstead branch of the Long Island Railroad, and the West Hempstead Railroad Station is a little further to the north, and you also have 2 single-family homes. And then there, of course, are single-family homes on the opposite side of Woodfield Road. That's on the west, to the west. Property is zoned Business X, so it permits religious uses in places of public assembly as special exception uses. So as we mentioned, we're seeking 2 special permits and a parking variance. My client wants to build a kosher catering facility that will generally be used for hosting of religious life cycle events such as bar mitzvahs, bat mitzvahs, bris milah, celebrations, and weddings. Did I get that right? There you go. And the existing 9,000 square foot retail building that's located along the southern portion of the property is going to be demolished. So one building comes off the property altogether. The former supermarket building gets improved with 2 relatively small additions that total about 5,000 square feet. And with the new additions, the building will be about 31,000 square feet in size. The number of parking spaces.
Mr. Guardino.
Yes.
So you said 2 special exceptions. One's an event venue, and then you said special exception for a cabaret, kosher cabaret.
Well,
So is the wedding and stuff space, is that what the cabaret is for, or is there a separate non-wedding cabaret going in?
no. I'm only repeating what was on the denial letter. I
Okay.
didn't quite understand it. I think it's one special exception for a kosher catering facility, but I guess because there's events in there and there's dancing, maybe they call it a cabaret. I'm not quite sure.
But all the dancing and music and all that the idea is it's all gonna go with a wedding or a bar mitzvah or some other
Exactly,
event.
exactly.
It's not like, hey, Friday night, pay a cover charge and I'll come to the
Exactly.
kosher
exactly.
cabaret.
Yeah, I didn't quite get it
Okay.
either, but
Okay,
they issue a denial and I ask for the relief. So the parking, there's about 142 parking spaces located on the site. And the site requires theoretically, all right, put that in quotes, 387 spaces, which is, a huge variance, 63%, and I'm going to address that in one minute.
Parking expert,
The
right.
parking, right. So, but it's not, it's really not that. So the improved and expanded building is going to have 2 main areas, and this is going to answer the question there or address that issue. So there's a roughly 5,000 square foot ceremony or a chuppah room where the religious ceremonies will take place, and that has a public assembly occupancy of 450 people. Then there's going to be a second space, 450 people, that's the legal occupancy, right, maximum legal occupancy. Then the second space is 10,665 square feet, and that's the reception ballroom space, and that's going to be used, I guess, for post-ceremony receptions, where the dining and dancing will generally take place. So for weddings and other events where we have a dance floor, the reception room will have a maximum occupancy of 453 people. That's when you use the large room and you have a dance floor. 450 in the one, 453 when there's a dance floor in there, right. Right, exactly. So, but if you have events that don't have, not every event is gonna have a dance floor, because not every event's gonna be a wedding. So there might be some conference rooms, conferences that are held, non-religious type events where you don't need the dance floor. So if you don't have the dance floor, the occupancy is actually increased to 711. Now, we don't expect that to happen much because this is really for the life cycle events, but we are a catering facility, and my client doesn't want to have to turn away, people that want to have other types of
So
events.
they're going to have, they're proposing non-religious events also.
Well, it's still religious, correct? I mean, for the most part, is.
Yeah.
This is Jeremy Litterer, I'm sorry.
I'm Jeremy Litterer with Iconic Real Estate Holdings. It's going to be mostly for religious events.
Okay.
Okay. So, so the need for the significant parking variance was calculated based on the maximum occupancy, the 711, right, the ballroom without a dance floor, and then the ceremony room at 450. So that brings you to 1,161 legal occupancy. And that's when you, and so when you calculate the parking, the building department worked off that number. But as you mentioned, Mrs. D'Amato, that's not how it's going to work. People will go into the ceremony room, and then they travel from that room, and they travel into the ballroom.
So we have the non-simultaneous argument, and
Yes.
then I know with certain religious institutions, we always have the issue of the parking spots not needed on certain times when people aren't driving cars.
Exactly, exactly.
But then when we bring up non-religious events, we have everyone has car idea, So just address that when you get to that.
Sure,
Okay, so we
sure.
have the record.
Right. So the events, I just want to talk about the events generally, right, will be held between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. or from 6 p.m. to midnight. They will take place, most of them will take place between Sunday and Tuesday, but events could be held really on any day of the week. We believe that notwithstanding that theoretical maximum occupancy, we think the maximum occupancy of this facility will be 711. That would be the absolute maximum just because of the way it works. And if you have a maximum occupancy of only 711 people, where you have that requires 237 parking spaces, where you have, and now you have 142. So now we're down to a 40% deficiency in parking, right? So it's getting better. But then when you add a dance floor to the reception room, which will generally be the case, that reduces the occupancy down to 453. And then when you have 453 people in that room, you only need 151 parking spaces. So now I only have a 6% parking deficiency. So I think that's going to be the norm, is a 6% parking deficiency, is a situation where you only have a deficiency of 6%. I'm going to let Sean talk about that, the parking person. It's not my thing, so I'm going to let him talk about that. And he'll also talk about that in, rare cases, if you have a large event in the reception room and there is no dance floor, we would need presumably valet service, so I'm let Sean address that as well. So yeah, maybe this is the time
Yeah.
to call Sean. Sean, you want to?
Given that's the main focus.
Yeah, that's
of
the
what
main
we-
focus, and
yeah,
I'll get.
Makes sense.
One or the other. Good evening. Sean Mulryan, Mulryan Engineering, 1225 Franklin Avenue, Garden City, New York.
Mr. Mulryan?
As typical, I have my aerial, but due to the hour, I kept it in my bag.
Okay, Mr. O'Ryan, since the last time you were qualified by this board or any other board or court to testify as an expert as relates to parking and traffic, have there been any adverse changes to your credentials?
No, there has not.
Okay, thank you. You may testify as an expert, traffic, parking. Go ahead, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you very much. Once again, this is a catering facility that has two distinct rooms. One is for religious celebration, and then following the religious celebration, people that were attending the event would go into a reception room. So those are two different areas that would not be used simultaneously during those events. There is a large dance floor in the middle of the reception hall, so the square footage of the room is larger, but the occupancy is essentially the exact same. One is 450 persons, one is 453, so very similar occupancy in those two rooms. Based on an occupancy of 453 persons, the subject site would require 151 parking spaces, where we provide 142. There is area in the back. There is a paper road in the back of the property. There is areas where we could use valet-type parking for employees.
events like this obviously are going to be catered. You're going to have communications with the operator as to the number of guests that will be attending.
Mr. Morine, I thought the prep was going to be on-site because it was a catering hall. Or is it, so there's a kitchen, and when it was referred to as a catering hall, I assumed it was going to be a hall where the food was made there for people to come? Or are we going to bring in the food catered in?
The food won't be made on site.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, go ahead.
So, as I was saying, you will be in communication with the operators to let them know the number of guests that will be attending an event. Events will be planned in advance of the actual event. It's not a day of type of thing. So the event operator will be able to understand the size of the crowd that will be at the venue at any given day.
Oh, so they can provide for the parking if you need that.
Correct. So
valet.
for a full use of the site where there would be 453 persons, they would be able to provide valet service on the site to increase the capacity. Again, the number of parking spaces required for 453 is only 151, where 142 are provided.
Where are they
So-
going to take the cars they valet?
On the subject site, there's actually a paper road between the back of the building and the railroad. There's an area back there. There's also areas where, as a valet, you can take cars and park them closer together. There's
Sure.
also 2 off-site municipal parking lots within a half mile of the subject site where employees could be told to park if the venue was going to be at full
That's a long walk
operation.
back.
As Mr. Gordino mentioned, there is also a possibility that the reception hall would be used without the dance floor for special services or a speech or some other type of venue. At that point, we would need additional parking. And again, we took a look at 2 municipal parking lots, which are located approximately 1,500 to 2,000 feet away from the subject site. We found that there was ample availability in those lots for such an occasion. Again, these would be few and far between, but based on the occupancy of the building, we looked to investigate those, the availability of those parking spaces, and there was ample availability in those municipal lots, in addition to the parking on the subject site itself. We do not foresee at any occasion where the ceremony room and the reception room would both be used at the same time. Logistically, there would be no reason to do that, and there would be a significant overflow. Again, that occupancy requires 387, and we're here today to say that that is not in any way, shape, or form what we're looking to do in the operation of this facility. That is a very brief overview of the study that was submitted. This was submitted several weeks ago to the board. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, not at this time.
For the record, it's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710.
Mr. Nelson, since you testified, I don't know, half an hour ago, have there been any adverse changes to your credentials?
No, there hasn't.
As you're qualified to testify before this board on matters of real estate valuation, et cetera, as you know, so you can proceed to testify in the narrative.
Thank you. The board should be familiar with this property, as well as the area, this portion of West Hempstead. Council described partially the surrounding area. You do have CubeSmart immediately to the north, 107,000 square feet, multi-building, self-storage facility. You have a medical building just to the southwest of the entrance on Woodfield Road. You have a laundromat, a substantial laundromat, at the northeast corner of Woodfield Road and Cedar Street. To the east of the subject property is the Long Island Railroad, but as the traffic engineer and Sean and council mentioned, the area between the Long Island Railroad and the subject property is known as Mulberry Lane. To the east of the subject property, that's a dirt road and it's unimproved. To the south, it provides access to 2 residences on the westerly side of Mulberry Road. It's not part of the subject property, but the only access to that would be through the subject property. It is gated to the south, so there's no new proposal to create ingress and egress to the subject property through that paper road along Melbury Road, Lane. Some recent construction applications before this board. You have the former National Liquidators now under construction for apartments, proposal or approved for over 440 units. You have along, on the radius map, within 300 feet, the west 130 Hempstead Avenue, which is a 4-story apartment building. To the east, generally, the area east of the Long Island Railroad does not have access to Hempstead, Woodfield Road or Hempstead Avenue in this vicinity, but for the most part, what you have is the Hempstead Gardens Owners Corp. Garden Apartment Co-ops, and north on Hempstead Gardens Drive would be the Industrial District. Primary residential district is to the south, Cedar Street, Mulberry Lane, and further south you do have a small condominium development area. On the westerly side, the subject property is entirely in a business X zone, the entire parcel, approximately 2.34 acres. Currently, in my best opinion, that this property is blighted, and prior, the use was approved by the town board for a rezoning CA 150 units, 4 stories, that was ultimately denied at this Board of Appeals. And that was because of density and for stories. Again, they considered it a use variance because the CA zone only allows a 2.5-story building. Nevertheless, that was denied several years ago, and this property remains primarily right. There's some storage, some contractors. It's time to get redevelopment. This area is trending now towards the Orthodox religious uses. Hebrew Academy, Nassau County was before this board, as well as being approved at the northeast corner of Woodlawn Road and Hempstead Avenue for religious education and uses in the block opposite the subject property. The proposed uses would be, as the council mentioned, the religious special use, and in the town of Hempstead, it would be under section 399 of the ordinance, and there's the 272 that requires the special use permit for the public assembly and catering facility, and that would be under 267D2, those special exceptions. The religious use has been introduced in similar locations in the area. The public assembly and amusement is for a religious type of use, catering, weddings, bar mitzvahs, and so on. So, in my opinion, the property has a supermarket, which was formerly Western Beef, that's been vacant for many years now, retail stores. What's being proposed for this application, for this property, is more harmonious with the current trends for the area. The major impact would be an upgrading, a positive use for the location, for the community. Again, you have to the immediate north a self-storage facility over 107,000 square feet, buildings for homeowners, and there's trucks and so on, and contractors use at that location. You have the railroad to the east. You have the single families to the south. You have a laundromat at the northeast corner of Woodfield Road and Cedar Street, and a small medical building. It's my opinion the proposed use would be a good use, a positive use trend for the surrounding area, and it would be more compatible with the surrounding single-family homes. With that said, the board's very familiar with this location, and it's time that something reasonable and positive come to that location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
I think the name is Abad Hawat. Is there an Abad Hawat here? This person seems to live right next door to the subject property, to the south.
Mrs. D'Amato, my client actually said that he spoke to the gentleman who really just had questions, so we kind of explained to him what we were doing, and he seemed to be satisfied.
Terrific, okay.
He said he was leaving.
Okay. Sorry, that we have at a minimum 40 email messages in favor of the application. We have no one other than we had that gentleman signed in against. We have no email communication against it, nor did this gentleman say, and no one else has signed in against the application, so I wanted the record to reflect that. So we've heard the two experts, heard from Mr. Guardino. Is there anything else that you would like to present in the matter? And then we'll go through if the board has any questions.
Only other than, I would ask that my client is kind of squeezed now contractually, so we would hope that the board, if it could make a decision as soon as possible.
Okay.
I understand it takes time, but I just wanted to get that out there.
Well, we will probably decide most, if not all, the cases this evening.
Oh,
There'll
okay.
be a few that we have to, maybe we need further inquiry or inspection. In this case, I think the materials are complete. I think we have no opposition. We've got a lot of information in favor. Looks like there's a gentleman in the back who would like to be heard.
Hi, I'm Mark Bloomer. I actually inspected the property, and it's in disrepair, and I think what you're doing will be very positive for the community, and it's very well needed. My other question is the railroad within walking distance, the station? Could somebody take the railroad?
Yeah, the West Hempstead station is.
Yeah, it's right there, and there's buses, and there's other ways to, besides the parking lot.
That's correct.
We're only 9 spaces short of on a 450 basis, which is basically what it's going to be used for, except on extreme circumstances.
It's a short walk to the train.
Yeah, so it's a short walk to the train. Thank you.
Okay, so, Ms. Guardino, I'm going to give you a second in a minute, but it looks like there's at least one other person here who would like to be heard. You want to come up here, get sworn in, and you can come to the podium, and then, we've got another case that I apologize, had I realized. There's one person here on a case that won't take very long, so to you, I apologize for not seeing it and calling it before this one.
My name is Rabbi Uri Lesser. I live 279 Colony Street, West Hempstead, New York, 11552. I live within half a mile proximity to the proposed catering hall. I'm also a rabbi in the community and very supportive of this initiative, making a religious place to have venues. We don't have one locally. We have to travel far out for kosher caterings, and it's really very beneficial for all of us in the community to have a local place that suits our needs and has enough space for all of us. And I live close by, so I could certainly would look forward to walking to a wedding, which is something which I've never done before. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi.
All right, so if there's nothing else, Mr. Guardino, we can go ahead and close the case if you wish. Anything else you want to summarize?
No.
All right, so if that being the case, if there are no other questions from the board, do I have a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Great, thank you so much.
Second? All in favor? Aye. All right, thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Happy holidays. We have one remaining case.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Which I feel badly that I didn't see, and I would have called before this, because it's a short case.
Finally, we have case 67624, Uniondale, Jose Guermancino. Special exception to maintain a second accessory structure deck larger than permitted and exceeding horizontal maximum on all sides with less than required side yard setbacks, also known as 484 Berkeley Street.
Swear in.
My name is Helen.
I apologize, had I realized I could have called you before, but it's a quick case, so I apologize. Go ahead, tell us about your case.
My name is Helen Bogdanos. I'm a structural engineer. My office is on 121 Newbridge Road, Hicksville, New York, 118. I'm representing Mr. Jose
Gumercinco. He lives in 484 Berkeley Street, Uniondale, and we are seeking approval for special exception to maintain a second accessory structure, which is a deck, larger than a permitted.
Hold on, slow down. Can you pull the mic a little closer and speak a little slower?
Okay. We are seeking approval for special exception to maintain a second accessory structure, a deck, larger than permitted and exceeding horizontal maximum of all sides with less than required side yard setback. So the setback is minimum, very small.
Just tell us what's required and what you're providing.
Yes. The required is 2 feet, and it's 1.3.
Okay, and then you're allowed to have 144 square feet. Tell us what you have, and no more than 12 on each side, so tell us those.
Correct. And we have 296 square feet.
Okay? and
That's
what are
the
you-
only variance we have. The lot coverage is satisfied because it's a very large lot and a very small house. It's only, the lot is 93,750 square feet.
Tell us the sides. I know the larger number takes into account the sides, but I need the side numbers too.
The size
The
of,
horizontal maximum is on the sides.
I have 21.6, it's supposed to be 12 feet.
Right, and is the other side in compliance?
The horizontal maximum allowable dimension deck that's the only one I have, actually.
So two sides is it a rectangle?
Yes,
So two sides are 21.6 and the other two sides are under 12.
12.3.
Oh, so they are also 12.3. Okay, and is there anything else? I take it it's a special exception as an accessory structure because it's not attached to the dwelling, is that it? Is
No.
it attached?
It's not attached to the
Okay,
dwelling.
all right,
And
so,
we have another little shed, very small. That's why I create the second shed.
right,
Very.
but that shed is not before us, you have a permit for it or whatever.
It doesn't have a permit, doesn't need a permit because it's a
Okay.
small shed.
Okay, I'm just going to go with that. Jim, Becky, you.
I'm sorry.
All right, other than that, is there anything else you wish to add?
No.
Okay. Okay, great. Are there any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move the hearing be closed. The case placed on the decision calendar. The board will notify you when it renders its decision.
Very much.
I second.
Aye.
Sorry you had to wait so long. We're going to take a quick break so I can just use the restroom, and then we'll do the decision.
Can't you hold it for another 10 minutes?
I'm the last one, right?
Let's do, we could do the decision, so we only need 4. I missed.
Okay, 7:45 at
Go ahead. Let's,
Okay, we're finished.
that's not a good case. It's a mess over there.
Let's start with Activate Roosevelt Field, which I'm very excited about.
Is that Pennsylvania? Oh, he's good.
Okay, case 745 of 2024. Property is at 630 Old Country Road. The applicant is Activate Roosevelt Field LLC. We all know what the case was. I'm not going to read through it. Is there any discussion? If not, is there a motion?
I move that, thanks. Case 454, 2024, Activate Roosevelt Field LLC, be granted as requested.
Second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, case number 746 of 2024. It's Mitchell Funeral Services, Inc. The property is located at 2050 Grand Avenue. We need to make a secret determination. Any discussion?
You don't have to do anything.
Well, I mean, I think Joanne's up to bat. Both.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, I think that they have the parking lot there.
You wanna, I know I did ask the team to email me proposed conditions. So, I don't know.
Well, we could still grant it now if we're inclined, make a CEQA, and then when you get the conditions, you'll be in a position to draft it.
Correct, we could do it that way, or,
I'm, I think
what are
it's,
your thoughts, Patrick?
I agree with you.
But
And, I mean, what we did do, I know we had a catering hall last time, we drafted.
Okay,
We did,
so-
it was granted with conditions, and then, when they sent us their proposed conditions, we just made sure that everything was within the intention of the board.
Right, and I
So-
think by all accounts, it was a great case. Everyone here was in favor of, with one exception, which we've discovered didn't have really to do with this place, so.
I move that case 764 of 2024 Mitchell Funeral Homes, that the secret determination be made as a neg deck.
Second?
Second.
All right, keep going.
Aye.
All in favor, sorry.
Aye. I further move that case 746 Mitchell Funeral Homes, that their variance and off-street parking for the funeral parlor, for the ramp, et cetera, be granted with the conditions that they outlined at the during the testimony.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. The next case is 747, 2024 in Uniondale.
No.
This case affects the property at 678 Northern Parkway in Uniondale. Jacqueline Chichester. Is there any discussion about this case?
No, I move 747 of 2024. Location of property 678 Northern Parkway in Uniondale be granted as requested.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Next case is 748 of 2024 in East Meadow. This is the case, the property located at, property without an address.
Well, I believe that's because it doesn't have an address, because it.
There's no house.
Yeah, it
Okay,
hasn't had an address
so
since
the-
apparently the 60s.
It's under the heading, the applicant is New York Land Development Number 2 Corp. In East Meadow, we need a secret determination. Is there any discussion?
How
And
do
do
we
we have
feel
any
about it?
motions?
We like it?
I thought it was fine. It, it is a piece of property that,
Mark, did you have
What are
something?
they
that-
going to do with it?
Put your mic.
I don't have any strong opinions, but it just seems it doesn't have a lot of frontage. It's sort of a flag lot.
well, it had only the 15, but that's just because it had an angle. And
I was there this morning. It does go off at an angle. You'd never know that it was 15-foot frontage. The state cut out a little piece of it. I imagine we can't grant that piece that's on the state, but I imagine that they're going to use it. until they're told to get off of it, and I don't think the state is at all interested in that property. It's been vacant since the beginning.
Do you want to make a motion on it, Joe?
So, case 748, 2024 in East Meadow, New York Land Development 2 Corp. I move that based on the testimony that we granted a neg deck.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Further, I move that case 748, 2024 to New York Land Development 2, variances, it's a technical subdivision, front yard, that we construct a dwelling on a lesser lot. I move that this case be granted with the usual new house conditions.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
So granted with conditions, new home conditions.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Describe the uniqueness of the scenario. Like, you know,
Whereas.
yes,
And for the record, the chairman was recused from that one.
Yes.
please.
Whereas.
So, we're gonna wait on cases 749 and 750. Those are the Elmont cases. The chairman,
Yeah.
I want to get some inspections done, and I want to make sure the chairman's here on those cases. They're important enough. So let's move on to 752, 2024 in
Well, no,
Roosevelt.
751 was adjourned.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. 752, 2024 in Roosevelt. It's 105 Babylon Turnpike in Roosevelt. We need a CEQA, and we need any discussion or motions on this case.
I personally thought it was not a good case because of traffic and the congestion in the area, and I think this addition would cause additional traffic and congestion. I don't know how the wood stores, the flooring store is gonna get their deliveries, et cetera. I was there,
But I don't know how we can penalize this person for that.
well, it's actually penalizing the landlord because he's gotta do something with the property.
Six. I
6 years,
actually
yeah.
feel sorry for this person, and I think he has a good business plan that he's suffering because other people's bad acts.
He's like it.
If he doesn't own the property, why is he waiting 6 years? Why wouldn't he open somewhere else? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah,
What-
well, they
what is
must
he
have a
doing?
He has a
reason.
good deal.
No, but whatever.
You know,
That's-
that might not be that easy to find 5,000 indoor square feet. I don't know.
That's just my opinion. I didn't make a motion.
I would make the motion, but since I'm chairing, am I not allowed to, I think, right?
Probably could on the, because it's less than,
Well, I'm in favor of the case, so I will make a motion. There's a CEQA needed, so 752, 2024. I do think we need to clean up the other issues that people brought up, and I don't think it's this applicant's fault. I think his proposal, if you look at it on its own merits, he wants to do everything indoors, but that's just so I'll make a motion if people don't.
Well, just one suggestion I would have is maybe does the board want to inspect to see if the conditions that they're talking about are in fact present?
But we can't because he's not operating.
But if it's going to be a potential exacerbation of a bad
Yes.
condition, a dangerous condition, I don't
Yes.
know if maybe that is prudent.
Right, we can do that. I will just say for the record, we can't evaluate how, if he's gonna have one car outside and do his whole business inside,
We don't know
whatever we
what's gonna
see there
happen
isn't
in
gonna,
this.
well, we never know if people are gonna do what they say. But we can go there all day long and look whatever's going on there, and we have no idea as to how that will be in operation. But if people want to inspect it, let people inspect it, we'll just hold it.
I think they'll get a good flavor for it because it's packed. It's over congested. And
Well, don't you think it's because of this job?
But, yes, I happen to think that.
And the ice business. The ice
Agreed.
business has junk outside.
Agreed.
yeah.
He's
I mean-
using the outside
de-
for storage.
We definitely
it-
have,
and
we
it's-
definitely have to look into the tire business, because the
1000%.
people that we hear
Yes.
in opposition, it was the tires.
Yeah, it wasn't for this
It
business.
wasn't for the ice business, it was for
No,
the
no,
tires.
but go,
Yeah.
I mean, look at the ice
In-
business.
No, I agree.
Because
I
they're
agree.
using outside for storage.
Yeah, so there has to be conditions regardless, or maybe say, hey.
You know, the town has to do something about both of those properties.
Yeah, we can.
I think,
Because they still need parking.
We can hold it, but I mean, in fairness, this guy,
The town lost it to the court.
as a legal
Yeah,
matter,
the
I think
court
the
said
case is a
it's
decent
okay.
case. Just because the Java guy is making a mess and the ice guy sends a guy in here, it seems to go against it, so the ice guy can keep using the lot for free? I mean,
Is there any harm in just waiting till the
that's what I said, we could just wait.
No,
Or could we wait till like January 8th when we have, everybody's here?
sure.
That's what
Well, I'm not gonna be here,
What? When?
and John's not gonna be here, two people aren't gonna be here.
When?
I agree.
That lunch.
I like to hear it again.
Yeah, I've already asked that they're gonna look into that tire guy, but go
John's
ahead,
out
whatever you
also?
can do. The tire
He's
thing,
getting his,
I couldn't
John
agree more,
DeGrace.
but I
Oh,
also think
DeGrace.
a million inspections.
On the
will matter
8th, I'm
to
not
this
going to be
place,
here.
Okay.
because
And
the
John
fact of the
DeGrace
matter
is
is,
not gonna be here.
Okay, so
if
we
he
have to make
goes
sure
in there and gets his
everyone else-
business, he's gonna empty his driveway.
They said at lunch they were gonna be here.
Okay, great.
People that something with a tire place.
Yeah, no, I already, yeah, and we
They
are,
might be more sympathetic towards.
right. At the end of the day, they weren't really against him, but I agree. We'll just hold it, yeah, no, we can hold it. I do feel really bad for this guy because he has a good business, he's finding it
Yes.
screwed.
Yeah. And again, I mean, I do think that there is that potential for 78. There only was one.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good.
Well, it's already been before the court.
Correct. Yeah.
I know, like,
So-
saying to this guy, you can't do your business that is reasonably proposed because the tire guy over there, or because the Iceman wants to use the property he's not entitled to use.
I think if the Iceman cleans up and the other guy cleans up, that'll be a whole
Well, if
different
he got approved,
situation
he
there.
would be able to.
78 is
I'm
expensive.
guessing
Why would
his
they
lease
spend
agreement is
that much money?
contingent on him getting approved.
It's just weird,
So
you know?
if we
Seems
approve him, he can go
I-
over
I
there
don't
and say,
know, you know,
hey,
but my
Iceman,
understanding is that
this is
there was a
property
time
I'm leasing,
denial.
get your trucks
That
off.
denial
That's why
was
the ice guy
challenged
must have had the guy come in.
before.
Like, the guy
Yeah,
comes in
you'd
and
figure
goes,
the landlord would challenge it
you
because
know,
he's losing
shouldn't-
rent,
like,
right?
basically, you shouldn't
Not,
grant this
not,
'cause
not
the
some
park
tenant
is gonna
that's
be
trying to
busy.
get in there,
So-
right?
I'm amenable to granting it. You?
Yeah, let's just grant it.
Yeah,
Somebody
let's
was-
just grant it.
Fine by me.
all right.
Okay.
Someone wants to make a motion?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Do you?
I'll make it.
Are you two on the same
7/52/2024. She said it good. 105 Babylon Turnpike, Roosevelt. I move we adopt a negative declaration to secret determination.
Second?
And second, all in favor?
Aye.
And I move that we grant the application as requested, with the conditions proposed in terms, and I think Mr. Brown was gonna send them. 1 car parked outside, no cars stored or parked anywhere outside, everything, all business conducted, including storage of vehicles, inside the 5,000 or so square foot building. It should have little to no impact if it's conducted the way that we're told it's gonna be.
Okay. Second?
All in favor?
Aye. I was taking her place so she doesn't have to say it.
He wasn't, no. Okay, 7:53:20. No. 7/53/2024, let's see. This also needs a sequel. This is,
Mark.
property located 103 to 129 Wolford Road in West Hempstead. Iconic Real Estate Holdings LLC. We all know what the case is. Is there any discussion? We need a sequel, and do we have any other motions?
I move case number 753-24 West Hempstead, Iconic Realty Holding. I move that we adopt a negative declaration as to the secret determination based on the
Second.
testimony given.
Second? All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Keep going.
And I move that we grant special exception to use premises for religious use, construct additions attached to the building, special exemption for place of public assembly and amusement, variance and off-street parking, demolish adjacent building, and the address is 103-129 Woodfield Road in West Hempstead,
Second?
Conditions? Yes.
with conditions.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Well done, Mark.
remember. So I got to do the secret again, too. What? Oh. The portion of the motion, what do I say?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I understand we have a modification of the prior motion on case number 753 of 2024, which is the property located 103 to 129 Woodfield Road in West Hempstead, the Iconic Real Estate Holdings LLC. Go ahead, Mr. Plumer.
I'd like to withdraw my prior motion, and case number 753 of 24 West Hempstead Iconic Real Estate Holdings LLC, special exception to use premises for proposed religious use, construct additions to building is granted. Special exception for place of assembly and amusement is and proposed catering is granted. The Cabernet part of the motion application is dismissed without prejudice based on the testimony of the applicant, who stated that they weren't a cabaret, and they were using this for weddings, bar mitzvahs, and catering, not dancing and music for pay.
But do you intend that the applicant would be able to do all those things we traditionally put under the heading of cabaret at these religious events, their weddings, et cetera? Yes, our intention is that, right?
Yes,
Okay.
the intention is.
We don't want to call it cabaret.
No, that's not what we said. We withdrew the cabaret part of it, but we're trying to be clear about the point.
Basically, just to clarify, is the board's intention to permit live music and DJs and entertainment solely in connection with the parties after the religious ceremony?
Yes.
Yes, I ask on the record, you mean you want to have a kosher cabaret? And they're like, no.
Yeah.
That's not what we intended, but they do intend to have the attributes we would traditionally associate with a cabaret at their religious events that go along with their weddings, their bar mitzvahs. The same thing all of us want. You go to a wedding, boom. No, that's what we said. We're dismissing the portion that's cabaret, but we're acknowledging that the attributes that we would traditionally, right. Yeah,
The term cabaret doesn't apply.
right. I only said the items we traditionally think of under a cabaret, the dancing, the music, the amplified music of more than 3 musicians. So those attributes at their religious celebrations, we understand that we're granting the right for them to do that. We're just not granting a cabaret. That's what Mark said.
In the traditional sense.
Correct. Okay.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And again, it's the standard conditions that we have, the no contemporaneous use, no non-religious functions, et cetera.
Okay, case 676, 2024, that's, the property is at 484 Berkeley Street in Uniondale. That's Jose Gumarchino? Cinco, oh, okay, Spanish, Cinco.
Spain.
You're right, I was doing Italian, Cinco. Do we have any discussion or a motion on that case?
I move case 676 of 24 Uniondale, located at 484 Berkeley Street, be approved as requested.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I move that we stand adjourned.
Wait, there's 678.
Um,
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forget to say those, I skip them. And then we know 678 of 2024 to Hewlett was adjourned to 3/5 at 2 p.m.
I don't think we have anything to revisit.
No, the one we were going to.
Yeah, no, we're done. Do you want to make a motion to close? Anybody?
Joe did.
Oh, great.
I move that
Anybody
we
second?
adjourn.
All in favor?
Adjourn to January 8th, 2025. Merry Christmas to all and Happy Hanukkah to all.
I will miss you guys. We're gonna have our last